Smell my breath. I miss you.
Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub?
News networks are not even getting clicks like that. So this shows like there's an opportunity for this, what we're doing here on this show.
Look up something in back check, kind of like cross reference.
Yeah, I should put the.
Hey, look that shit up. That's the name of your show.
Yeah,
that's right. What really drew me in.
Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Pulley. And hope I don't get in trouble for playing that last video. I probably shouldn't have played that shit. I'm always testing the damn waters, bro. That shit gonna get me.
You are now
Who and what are we gonna complain about tonight?
You are now
Dime qué tú quieres, papi.
I didn't know that you realized that.
Yo, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
Well, I'm riding around town bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now.
KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
Look,
now.
I'm sipping Bacardi, visualizing on the farm Ferrari.
Catch a buzz from the life that we store in the party.
My swag immaculate, kicking this rap shit till I'm 40.
It's like electricity, just float the
Being easy with breezes and winding down and out, baby, I'm sorry.
Switch the game, change it up, falling off now hard.
Picture me rolling Maserati with some hoes in the back.
Switching lanes, taking pictures with a bitch in my lap.
Clap your hands, everybody, if you feel this shit.
KC,
Bingo,
on the mic,
and that's it.
Take a trip down south that we call the Abyss.
I'm most curious about my silver Air Forces.
And we receiving major paper from multiple sources.
Of course, it's the bosses that handle the business.
Spice the game a little bit, cause the flavor diminished.
Like Kane and Old Dog, we society's menace.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 into the 4.
KC,
Bingo, knocking at your door. Here it is again. Let's go, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
Well, I'm riding around town, bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
KC,
now.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town, bumping shit that can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now. Attack the track like a lion, cause I'm so ferocious. When the wind blow, I fly, cause my image on posters. It be wise to decide to not try to approach us. Get burnt like bread when it's stuck in the toaster. And you hoes like clothes, I told you I fold you. In the mornings I have Folgers with my doja. I suppose it's time to smell the roses. Clear my mind, check the snakes is close.
I peep my status, but stamina, swagging on niggas just amateurs. Style stay funky than cannabis. It's scandalous the way these bitches try to handle us. It's city ball to ball swords in my Polaroid camera. I want my niggas on the propaganda. Welcome to this extravaganza. Hennessy, sipping weed, smoking enhancer. Even though we know that way to go is not the answer, I won't chance the opportunity to blow this shit. Take a shot at the target and I'm not gon' miss. Kicking, flipping, splitting, rip these rap niggas to bits.
groove and give you some now.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town for the shit that gets
Bingo, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, groove and give you some now.
Like that, that. I like that, y'all. Like that, that. Like that, like that, y'all. Like
hit it with the whip of all back, y'all.
Like that, y'all. Like that, y'all.
Here it is, basic, y'all.
Dime qué tú quieres, papi. ¿Quieres que lo mueva para ti? Mueve, mueve. ¿Te gusta cuando me muevo así? Así. Mueve, muevo, mueve.
Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hop, hop, jump, skip up on the floor. If they didn't know, then we gon' let them know. Drop low, giving them a show. We gon' give them something that they never seen before. Hop, scotch, 784. Bouncing on the beat while keeping the flow. Stop, watch, freeze and go. Cock-a-doodle-doo is what you eating off the floor. Pop, lock, do it by yourself. You know you the best, you don't need nobody else. Rock, hip, toast to success. You was born a winner, so you never nothing less. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, 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 wiggle. Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
¿Quieres que lo mueva para ti?
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
¿Te gusta cuando me muevo así? Así.
bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle. When we come through, make you move just a little. Clap, clap, snap, do it from the hip. You can do this whether you stand or sit. Pump, fist, do it with your wrist. Pump it back and forth like you trying to catch a fish. Hip, twist, do a finger kiss. Rocking back and forth as you make your body shift. Top, tick, do it like you sick. 2 + 4 is 6, and that's a arithmetic. Top, 6, we gon' let it rip. We got your attention and we not gon' let it slip. So hands up, move your head and know what's up. Now it's shoulders rolling while you showing them your stuff. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
Dime
wiggle.
qué tú quieres, papi.
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
¿Quieres
wiggle.
que lo mueva para ti?
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle,
¿Te
wiggle,
gusta
wiggle.
cuando me muevo así? Así.
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle. When we come through, make you move just a little, 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 just a little.
And now, another
Yeah.
major production.
Yeah, I'm about to tell you what the real is. Deep down inside, you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some crickets. Yeah, hurry, honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money is not always the business. Forget the $1 million mission. Sometimes I just want to go fishing instead of physically grinding in the trenches. Finding me using my knowledge, intuition. Yeah, Chaka not talking while he so distant. Yeah, Chaka be talking but they don't listen. Yeah, he's sitting, his brain pumping like a piston. I've been chasing the twilight, now I've been bitten. The city's in my sight as if I was a pigeon. Your role is cast, your dialogue is written, it's past control. You're like a Sims minion, what to do now but roam around in and out of buildings. Seemingly living, touching ceilings, but there's no feeling. Willing and dealing, but really there's no winning. I'm sinning and sinning, so what I'm defending stuff's like prison, stuck in the life out of river. I'm about to tell you what the real is, Deep down inside you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some cricket. Yeah, hurry honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money is not always the business. They say they do it for the money and the power. I'm just trying to get some peace in the shower. Protect what's mine without being a coward. Watch loved ones take time to breathe in the flowers. I've seen these G's get knee deep in powder because he needs to succeed in ours. Fuck your lifestyle, it's weak and it's sour. Fuck your lifestyle, it's weak and it's sour. Watch I come through and do like I do. Watch he come through and lose like he do. I'm a Hebrew, he just evil. We both hate people and church steeples. One thing certain, demons lurking. They be stressing, we be surfing. She be twerking and it look like it's hurting. I be perping, close the curtain. They give you lithium to get rid of that shit? I'm about to tell you what the real is, Deep down inside you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some cricket. Yeah, hurry honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money is not always the business. I'm about to tell you what the real is, Deep down inside you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to deal it. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some cricket. Yeah, hurry honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money is not always the business. Yeah, you boys think you real. What is real? Whatever it is, it's not you. For real. You know what I'm saying? KCE, we coming. It's the takeover, bitch. Y'all ain't ready. This is some whole new shit. For real. Okay. Hopefully y'all can hear me now. How y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist and don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Please. For your own benefit. For your own safety. For your own power. You know? God body. God body. You have to know some things to be God body. What is going on with my screen today? What is happening? Can y'all even see me? Anyways, I'm going to assume that y'all can see me. My screen is black, but I'm going to pull up fucking Instagram so we can have something here that I can at least see. Hate being late. I apologize for being late, y'all. Situations. So, yeah, the title is, what is the title? Etymology of Religion. That's what I want to focus on today. But I'm going to work my way around to that. We're going to start off slow and give some people the time to get in here before I start digging around into that. Because like I always say, I don't want to freaking go over the shit twice. Hate it when I do that. I feel so redundant. White House press secretary, Joe Rogan. What did I see? Oh, Nancy Pelosi's husband. What, did he get arrested? Russell Brand talks about it. Let's get into that just to freaking give myself a chance to get myself together, y'all. Because I'm still not together. So I'm going to play a bit of this to get myself together. Russell Brand.
In a landscape that tries to intoxicate us with delirium, distraction, and downright lies. And you might think that today's story about Paul Pelosi crashing his Porsche, I think while under the influence of booze, is a sort of a tabloid distraction, mindless tittle-tattle. And in a way, you're totally right. But in another way, it's a reminder that there are a class of people that operate within certain spaces where $5,000 fines, $5,000 fines are meaningless, and where the subcutaneous corruption that we all know is occurring is allowed to go on masked, veiled, whilst evident to us, never truly interrupted. So let's get into all that stuff. If you're not a subscriber yet, why not take this opportunity to subscribe right now? Using your little digital finger there, use it and subscribe yourself to this so that we've got 100% of you subscribed. It will help us. It will help our influence to grow. And remember to comment in the video, because our content, our perspective, all shaped, sculpted, molded by you. Now, let's get into this stuff.
In other news, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul Pelosi, is free on bail tonight after being arrested for driving under the influence.
He looks a little bit shiny even there, doesn't he?
Driving under the influence.
Sorry about all this. I got very drunk.
He was stopped just before midnight in Napa County, California, and was released hours later on $5,000 bail.
That's outside our leader's house. Number 10, that's no place for boozing and partying. If you've been watching the UK news, that's all they were doing the whole way through lockdown.
Speaker Pelosi released a statement saying she won't comment on this private matter.
I just got to make a little statement. Oh, yeah, what is it? I don't have a statement.
That occurred, she says in her statement, while she was on the East Coast.
So let's read the news so as we can understand it better and see if it's somehow relevant to the evident, obvious, deeply entrenched corruption that dominates your life right now. How is it controlled by this bloke whizzing about in a Porsche and banging it up, and his missus owning stocks in companies that they are supposed to regulate? How does that affect you, your reality? Because if it doesn't, what's the point in watching this video? There is a point. Stay to the end. Comment below it. Nancy Pelosi's husband has been arrested in Napa on suspicion of driving under the influence after he was involved in a crash on Saturday. Now, a lot of you dislike Nancy Pelosi intensely, don't you? Because I suppose, does she seem somehow to be representative of the hypocrisy of the Democrat Party? And during the tenure of Donald Trump, wasn't she one of the sort of shrill voices of condemnation saying, oh, Trump, this is the worst thing that's ever happened. He's corrupt, he's corrupt, he's corrupt. Meanwhile, she owns a bunch of stocks and he owns a bunch of stocks in companies that they regulate, in particular big tech firms. And if there's nothing wrong with that, if we accept that that's the culture, like she said that time when she was asked about it, nothing wrong with it, it's just the way it is. If that's the way you are, then what are you aspiring to? How can simultaneously it be true that it doesn't matter that people in positions of privilege and power that have access to information that ordinary people don't have access to? Remember, there's that app where you can track Pelosi trades in order to improve your own trades. If that's true, then how is it simultaneously true that the Capitol building is a sacred place? And if it's transgressed against, that's wrong. I'm not saying that it's not wrong. Cool, it's wrong to transgress the Capitol building. I get it. The paraphernalia and the symbols of American democracy are important. But if that's true, how is it true that you can own stocks in companies you regulate? And if she does do that, so if that's true, how are we going to hold these two opposing ideas in our mind, even if we've got a cool Indiana Jones hat on? Paul Pelosi, 82, I feel a bit sorry for him now. He's old.
Yeah, what's up with the hat,
was
Russell?
booked on 2 counts for the incident in Napa, California, shortly before midnight while attempting to cross State Route 29 in his 2021 Porsche. Pelosi was found to have been over the legal blood alcohol limit. He was booked on 2 misdemeanor counts of driving under the influence and driving with a blood alcohol content level of 0.8 or higher. How's that different? That's the same thing, isn't it? Both of them if he's drunk. Arrest him just once. Just arrest him once for drunk driving and then once for insider trading. Alleged. Pelosi had been at a dinner party hosted by a friend on Saturday night and was driving a short distance home when he crashed. He pulled out onto the highway into the path of a 48-year-old man driving a Jeep in Napa. His arrest report reveals. Photos from the scene obtained by ABC News showed the vehicles crashed into a wooden fence. Neither driver was injured. In a way, it's sort of meaningless and irrelevant, other than it gives us an opportunity to talk about the empty, hollow nature of American representative politics. You're just voting for a set of people that are sort of stock exchange rich millionaires or billionaires or whatever level they happen to fall at, and they'll probably regulate your country in accordance with their own individual whims, or if that ain't what they're doing, it's a coincidence because those two things do line up rather neatly. You can see that from that tracker. He was arrested for the incident at 10:22 on Saturday. That's 22:22 on a 24-hour clock. Conspiracy, eh? In a statement on Monday, Paul Pelosi's lawyer said Mr. Pelosi was attending a dinner party at the home of friends near Oakville. He left that party at 10:15 on Saturday to drive to his home a short distance away. He was alone in his car. Why are you bringing that up? Why are you mentioning it then? Mr. Pelosi was fully cooperative with the California Highway Patrol officers who arrived a few minutes later. Well, so what? That's the bare minimum you could do when you're an 82-year-old geezer, drunk at the wheel, in charge of a Porsche. Another thing that's worth pointing out is that you can bet your sweet little candy ass if you was arrested drunk driving, whizzing around Napa, banging into fences and such, you wouldn't be having a lawyer making a nice little statement about, well, I did cooperate with the police. I only hit a fence. I only had 0.8 in my blood. You'd be in a serious amount of trouble. Let's see how the consequences roll out for the Pelosis. The couple own a vineyard in Napa. Oh, there you go. That's why they're in Napa. Everything makes sense now. It's just down the old vineyard. When you're down the old vineyard, you get a bunch, give them a little juicy old squeak, off to a dinner party, into the old pool. Express yourself, baby. Just a couple of regular Joes. They live life like you live life. Your suffering is their suffering. Your ordinary problems, the energy crisis, not being able to get baby food or whatever it is you're suffering from today. These are the same incidents that you feel down the old Napa Valley vineyard. Oh, it's hell. Down the Napa Valley vineyard. Sometimes I can barely park my Porsche down there. Sometimes I've run over some of my bloody vines. It's hell in that vineyard some days. It's not worth getting up some mornings. In addition to a home in nearby San Francisco, the sprawling estate is one of many the couple owns. If you've got a lot of sprawling estates, acting around the country properly where most people don't have a sprawling estate, I'm not necessarily against wealth. Look at me, I've got this lovely hat. But I do think that if you're in charge of a country and you're always banging on about fairness and justice and equality and everything, don't have so many sprawling estates then. One vineyard owner who lives nearby said the couple often block the road with their convoy of blacked out SUVs. Oh, we're just a couple of regular Joes down the old vineyard in our convoy of blacked out SUVs. What's going on in your life? Sometimes you get that your convoy of blacked out SUVs can't get enough baby powder in them, can you? Oh, it's hell. It's hell. Oh, fuel prices for the black SUVs. I just ran over another fucking vineyard this morning. I can't cope with this pressure. Anyway, black SUVs when they come to town, but they didn't see anything this weekend. That's because he was whizzing around pissed in his Porsche. I'd be lucky to see him. Zoom, there he went. Just smell the vapour as he passes. Some suggested that Paul might have been attending the Bottle Rocks festivals, which Snoop Dogg was playing at this weekend. He's living an unusual life for an 82-year-old man. I feel like my granddad was dead before he was that age, and my abiding memories of his final years as he departed into the wintry netherworlds of the unknowable was not, oh, there he is at a Snoop Doggy Dogg concert. We're banging about in a Porsche. Hey, see you later, son. Remember, always be true to yourself, motherfucker! I wouldn't be going to the kind of fundraisers and parties they go to. I don't like them very much or find them very interesting, the vineyard owner said. Even the other vineyard owners are getting a bit sick of them. Even in the rather small demographic of Napa Valley vineyard owners, the Pelosis are getting on people's fucking nerves. The property on Zinfandel Lane sits on the banks of the Napa River and features a tennis court. Neighbouring vineyards have told in the past how the couple throws lavish parties for Silicon Valley executives. That's interesting because doesn't Pelosi sometimes have to sit on committees where they regulate the actions of Silicon Valley companies?
Yeah, well, y'all get the point. Y'all get the point. This dude's pretty funny though. What's funny is like, you know, the life, right, that these people live, like so different from everybody else's. And then these are the people that's making the decisions for us. Like they don't even have a clue what our life is like. It's crazy. Like detach. I don't care how educated you are, because if everywhere you go there's valet, then you're not attached to reality. And maybe it's not your fault, is, you know, but you are living in, you know, a different world from everybody else. Everywhere you go has valet. Yeah. Anyways, I still don't want to get into it. I want to wait. I freaking had, it was let me see. I didn't set up no videos because I plan on not using videos very much today. But I think I saw what did Democracy Now! Talk about? Let's see. I didn't catch nothing. I've been working.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
Wow, this is old. This is the 31st. There's nothing. The first. Oh, I watched the first. That's why. Okay, let me play this one.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Funerals are continuing in Uvalde, Texas for the 19 fourth graders and their 2 teachers shot dead at Robb Elementary School last week. The state's probe into the police handling of the school shooting is facing a major new obstacle as the police chief of the Uvalde School District, Pete Arredondo, is refusing to cooperate with state investigators. Arredondo was the incident commander who ordered officers to wait in the school's hallways for about an hour instead of confronting the gunman who was eventually shot dead by a Border Patrol agent. Meanwhile, on Tuesday, Arredondo was secretly sworn in as a city council member, but no public ceremony was held. This comes as ABC News has obtained audio of an emergency dispatcher alerting Uvalde police about the 911 calls being made by the children inside the school during the massacre.
You have a child on room 12. Are we able to... Is anybody inside of the building? Child is advising he is in a room full of victims at this moment.
During an earlier police news conference, it was implied police did not know about the 911 calls from these students. In other news from Uvalde, the Texas Department of Public Safety has now revealed authorities mistakenly stated the gunman entered the school by a door that was propped open by a teacher. The state now says the teacher closed the door once it was known there was a shooter nearby, but that the door did not lock. We'll have more on the Texas shooting and the national debate on guns after headlines. The U.S. has announced it'll send an advanced artillery rocket system to Ukraine that can strike targets up to almost 50 miles away. The rocket system is part of a new $700 million U.S. military package for Ukraine that also...
A new $700 million military package for Ukraine? How much freaking money are we pouring into Ukraine, bruh? Where's this money coming from? Why are we not having that argument? Where is that money coming from?
Includes Javelin short-range anti-tank rockets, artillery ammunition, helicopters, and air surveillance radar. The White House said Ukraine has given assurances it will not use the new rocket system to attack targets inside Russia. Russia blasted the U.S. arms package for Ukraine, saying the U.S. is, quote, deliberately pouring oil on the fire. The Wall Street Journal reports France and Germany are also expressing increasing concern over the shipment of more heavy weapons to Kyiv over increasing skepticism that Ukraine can expel Russia from the Donbass region. Unlike the U.S. and U.K., France and Germany have been pushing for a negotiated ceasefire to end the war. This comes as Russia appears closer to seizing the city of Severodonetsk in eastern Ukraine. On Tuesday, the governor of Luhansk said Russia has seized most of the industrial city, which has been devastated by weeks of shelling. Meanwhile, Russia is cutting off more gas supplies to Europe. On Tuesday, the state energy company Gazprom cut off some gas to the Netherlands, Denmark, and Germany. This came hours after the EU banned most Russian oil imports. The president of Senegal, Macky Sall, who chairs the African Union, has warned the European Union Africa is facing a food crisis with soaring wheat and fertilizer prices combined with increasing food shortages due to the war in Ukraine. During an address on Tuesday, Sall also criticized Western sanctions and Russia, saying it's making it harder for African nations to buy food. The African Development Bank says the price of wheat has already jumped 45% on the continent. Rania Dagash of UNICEF said the food crisis is coming as Africa is also confronting the climate crisis.
The fundamental issue in Somalia and in the Horn at the moment is a climate-induced crisis, right? It's drought. But where the effects of the Ukraine crisis come in is that the food prices and fuel prices and others are hiked up to a point where we need more resources to secure what we would have secured before. We need a lot more.
The United Nations is warning about a quote, exponential rise in civilian killings and abuses carried out by armed forces in Mali as it battles jihadist force fighters.
Let me go back. I got a problem with UNICEF. I got a problem with a lot of those, what do they call them? Non-government organizations, NGOs, these I don't want to say their names because I don't want to get in trouble, but let me take this back. This lady in there, like, looked like she was on some drugs. Like, she looked like, let's see, the lady that was feeding the baby.
Africa is also confronting the climate crisis.
Why does she look like that? And what is this? What is going on here? Like, what is the scenario here? This is definitely not a normal situation right here. You know? What explains this? You know, like this frame right here where there's women. It seems like it's only women. They all have a baby. So I guess they're probably helping these women some kind of way or something. So that's what I'm saying. And a lot of times these people don't know a lot of stuff and they lie to them, or there's language barriers and they don't know and they use them in different ways. Like, the look on this lady's face, hold on, let me see.
UNICEF said the food crisis is coming as Africa is also confronting the...
What? Look at this lady's face. I don't know, man. I don't know. Does it just mean that she's going through a real hardship right now? Or, you know, and she's just like in heavy thought about something? You know, like I say, I'm really weary of them, these UNICEF people. All of those kinds of organizations, they're shady.
United Nations is warning about a, quote, exponential rise in civilian killings and abuses carried out by armed forces in Mali as it battles jihadist force fighters. A new UN report documents the deaths of 248 civilians by Malian defense and security forces in the first 3 months of the year. The UN also documented a tenfold rise in human rights abuses carried out by the state. The UN said the abuses were, quote, supported by foreign military elements, an apparent reference to the Wagner Group, a Russian paramilitary force. In news from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, at least 27 civilians were killed Saturday in attack by a rebel group, the Allied Democratic Forces. The Red Cross also reported 17 decapitated bodies were recently found in a neighboring province. The killings came in an area near the Ugandan border where Congolese and Ugandan forces are fighting rebel groups. Sri Lanka announced earlier today it's removing restrictions on imports in an attempt to ease the rampant shortages on food, fuel, and medicine caused by its dire economic crisis. This comes as Sri Lanka's government's begun applying for international aid while hospitals have begun to triage medical procedures due to a shortage in vital medical supplies and medications throughout Sri Lanka. In news from Washington, the Justice Department subpoenaed former Trump advisor Peter Navarro to appear before a grand jury. He's the first Trump official known to have been subpoenaed as part of the department's probe of the January 6th insurrection. The Missouri State Highway Patrol...
They keep talking about that like they're really freaking fun to do something. If they would have done something, they would have did it already. They obviously ain't going to do anything.
launched an investigation after police officers in Kansas City shot a pregnant Black woman named Leona Hale Friday. The shooting occurred after police stopped Hale and a man in a parking lot after a suspected carjacking. An eyewitness said police initially asked Hale to get on the ground, but she said she couldn't because she was pregnant. After police began approaching her with their guns drawn, she tried to run away. An eyewitness posted a video describing the aftermath of the shooting.
I stopped here to get some gas, y'all, and to get some ice cream for my kids, y'all. And my son just watched this. My 1-year-old son just watched this. My 10-year-old son just watched this. And my 13-year-old son just watched this happen. The man ran. She was finna cooperate. She got scared. She ran down there. They shot her. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Leona Hale was hospitalized with a broken arm and a collapsed lung. The Minneapolis City Council has agreed to pay a $600,000 settlement to a photojournalist who was blinded in one eye after being shot in the face by Minneapolis police in May 2020. Linda Tirado was shot while covering the mass protests in the city after the police killing of George Floyd. She permanently lost vision in her left eye. She also suffered a brain injury. A jury in Washington, D.C. has acquitted Michael Sussman, a lawyer for Hillary Clinton's 2016 presidential campaign, who was accused of lying to the FBI during its Trump-Russia probe. It was the first case brought to trial by special counsel John Durham, who has spent 3 years investigating the origin of the FBI's probe of Russian interference in the 2016 election. In Mexico, at least 11 people have died and 20 are missing after Hurricane Agatha triggered flooding and mudslides in the state of Oaxaca. Agatha was the strongest hurricane to ever hit Mexico during the month of May. In other environmental news, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has announced a new Office of Environmental Justice to address climate-related health problems affecting poor Americans
Office of Climate
and
Change and
communities
Health
of color.
Equity.
And today, the World Health Organization is marking World No Tobacco Day. The WHO has just published a new report looking at the tobacco industry's devastating environmental impact. This is Rudiger Krapp of WHO.
The tobacco industry dumps toxic waste into communities and depletes natural resources. There is nothing green about it. Meanwhile, the tobacco industry attempts to rehabilitate its image through programs such as beach cleanups and funding environmental and disaster relief organizations. This is known as greenwashing, and it is nothing more than an industry tactic to build influence and sway policies to help tobacco companies profit. Tobacco is not only poisoning people, it's poisoning our planet.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The Warren.
Yep, I'm Amy Goodman. What's up, Deuce?
Shit, nothing much, bro. What's going on, man?
How you feeling, man? You on the road?
Yeah, man. First day back.
That's cool, man. I wonder if what you see in the news? You see anything?
Shoot.
Catch your eye?
Nah, not to be honest with you. To be honest with you, nah, bro. Shoot, nah, man. I ain't gonna lie. I haven't even had a chance to watch TV. Haven't even had a chance to get on my phone, social media, nothing, bro. We've been busy. I hit the ground running when I got home Sunday morning. My son had all-star tournaments this weekend, so I made it home Sunday just in time to see him.
That's cool, man. See, that's good news. That's way better than whatever the hell else. Yeah. And I ain't had time. I ain't seen much either. I saw some like headlines like that be hitting my phone, like what happened? The case with what's his name, the actor that ended, right? With him and his wife.
Who is that?
They was suing her for libel or whatever. The chick seems like she crazy as fuck. Whatever. Johnny Depp. You know I don't really give a damn, but
yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. One headline I saw said he won the case, and then another headline I saw it said they both won like their libel cases. I don't know. I really don't give a fuck, so I'm not finna dig in that at all. I don't give two shits about that story, but that was one of the ones that hit my my feed and shit. I saw this shit right here where this lady took a freaking. She's from Alaska. A possum came in the bar. She picked it up by the back of the head and carried it out. A lot of the comments are like, "This is not news" or whatever. But you know, it's still kind of like, because for us, it's a big deal. This chick is from freaking Alaska though, so I mean, I hate possums. I'm not scared of them, but I wouldn't have touched it.
Yeah. I wouldn't touch it, man. They pack rabies out here.
Hold on, let me go to the. Oh shit, I fucked up. Let me go to the post. She just straight up picked it up and freaking carried it out the bar, bro. That's gangster. Freaking probably shouldn't dealt with worse living in Alaska.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Ugh. Yeah! Let's go! Big ass, nasty ass thing just ran off. Look, it's like, damn, why'd you pick me up? What the fuck? I was back there chilling, man. I was looking for something to eat. Put me down, man. Why you carrying me, man? Damn. Put me down. I'm gonna bite the shit out of one of y'all. Put me down. Shit. He calm now. He like, she done calmed his ass down. Yeah! Ugh. Ugh. Ain't no way in hell I would have touched that thing, bruh. I hate to sound like a big wussy, but I wouldn't have touched it with my hands like that. No freaking way in hell would I have touched that thing.
Yeah, I would have never. Yeah, would have never touched it, bro.
That's fucking gross.
Yeah, hey, by any means necessary, I guess. Kudos for her.
Man.
She got more
I ain't gonna
nuts
lie.
than me, because I wouldn't have picked that motherfucker up. I would have
If I was
scooped
in
it
that
up
bar,
with like a broom or something and swatted that bitch out the door.
I would have been thankful as hell for her. I ain't gonna lie. Just like everybody else in there, like, man, thank you so much. Got that nasty motherfucker up out of here. Thank you.
I don't know how true it is. I don't know much about possums, but I heard that they pack some form of rabies.
Yeah, well, I think any mammals can carry rabies. So, you know, that's just another reason to just not like them, because I just don't like them because they ugly. All right, that's it. Period. That's it. They ugly. They look like big ass rats, and they hiss, and they come out at nighttime, and they climb trees and shit. Just like everything they do is just like, ugh.
Yeah, man,
They got claws.
My wife sent me this message. I don't know. I guess it was. She sent it to my phone, but it was off of Instagram. She was like, "Look at this shit I be finding on Instagram." But anyway, it was a chick was like, don't be wearing cologne that make me take." Basically, she was addressing men like, "Don't be wearing cologne that make me take double takes if you ugly." And one dude was like, "Well, what's a good scent for ugly dudes?" And this other dude commented talking about detergent.
That's funny. Look at this clip. It says how mass shootings would be if guns work like they did in the Second Amendment was written. It's kind of silly, but funny. He's still trying to load.
Excuse me. Hey! Hey!
If you want to just add those in, you can send them out.
It's so funny because the dude is right there in front of him. He didn't even hit him.
Damn.
The guns wasn't very efficient back then, obviously. It's a crazy world we live in. I think that the basic point of that post is true. You know, the laws should you know, they should evolve. They should evolve along with the freaking guns or whatever. Basically, that's the point that they was making. You know, the guns have changed a lot, but the law is still the same.
Yeah.
So, and those people, whenever they wrote the Constitution, I don't think they could. I don't know. Maybe they could have, but it's hard for me to imagine that they could have thought of the kind of weapons that we have now. You know, like nuclear weapons and shit.
Yeah. Ain't no telling, bro.
Like rifles that can let off how many per second? And then you can have all those clips with so many bullets in there. Like, still not out of bullets.
Yeah. Shit crazy.
Cause people act like they so gangster, man. If you don't have if you're not trained, first off, and if you don't have that's why they call it muscle. Because the strongest muscle wins. The dude with the heaviest weight, the dude with the most bullets, the dude with, you know what I mean? Because sometimes it just comes down to that. Because if this is just straight gunfight, sometimes it ain't about the training no more. It's about how many bullets you got.
Yeah.
Because you run out of bullets, you lose. I mean, as simple as that. These dudes be having more guns than they have bullets.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, that could be the norm, but you could catch a motherfucker like like Denzel played in The Equalizer, that, you know, strategic, you know what I'm saying, and take your ass out with a gun. Because you got to think, most motherfuckers that have guns, they're scary, bro. They're afraid. So if you can pick them off before they even had a chance to even squeeze that trigger, you know what I'm saying. But I get what you're saying. I get the stance that you're taking. I get what you're, you know, I understand your argument. But what I'm saying, like, if you could just be like this, you know, somebody that, yeah, maybe, I don't know, if they come into a hardware store, shooting up the hardware store and shit, you know, you may want to think a little bit different, buddy. You shooting up, yeah, you may be shooting, but you're gonna have to eventually change that clip out, and at that point, somebody gonna rush your ass with an axe or throw an axe. Somebody that know how to throw them motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Have you ever been axe throwing before?
I played with it a little bit before. Yeah.
I hear that shit is very liberating.
Yeah, man. When you feel it go through the wood, when you can get it to, it's not easy as it look. People make it look real easy, but
I don't want to do that shit. I'm afraid that I don't let the axe go in time enough or some shit.
It's not that dangerous. It's not really that dangerous. Okay, I want to kind of get into this, but I need to be able to spell to do this. That's a damn problem. Is that it?
We understand, Chaka. No child left behind.
That's funny because that's what's right on the screen. It says the black community is now struggling to deal with millions of highly uneducated young people who are now adults, Not sure why we keep trusting this racist government to educate our children. It has no sound. It says,
That's
we
because
have been...
they implement. Go ahead.
This comment, it says, we've been trained to value ignorance over intelligence. That's a formula for slavery. I swear, man, he says, we've been trained to value ignorance over intelligence. And that's what I be arguing all the time, and nobody hearing me saying it, because I swear, like, there's a disdain for freaking, scholarship. There's a disdain for freaking education. Like, you're stupid for learning things. I'm smart for not knowing things. Like, it's totally backwards. And then people argue with me about things I know a lot about, and they don't know nothing about it. And it's so frustrating.
Yeah. That's true. But I think also too, the implementation of that "No Child Left Behind" concept, because they just, these kids don't even have to really try anymore, bro. They just pass. You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna fail. I think it's not until high school to where it really counts, where you don't graduate if you don't have all of, what is it? What do they require in high school? 26 credits, I think it is,
It
to
depends
graduate.
on the district and state and all that shit.
Yeah. So, you know, like, dude, you wouldn't believe how many kids leave elementary school going into middle school, don't even know how to use a regular phone, bro. Don't even know how to dial numbers on a regular phone, that can barely write. You know what I'm saying? Can't spell worth the fuck. You know what I'm saying? And then we also have the people that say, oh, the education system is failing us and this and that. When they probably more than likely didn't pay attention to what they were voting for, because they voted a all, this type of a ballot or whatever. Or people don't take the time out with their kids anymore either. You know, they're too busy nowadays. They're working, they're doing this, they're doing that. I really hate when I hear people say, what are they teaching them in school? What is the teacher doing? Why isn't the teacher doing their job? Say, bro, the teacher only have your child, if they're in that same class the whole day. They only have, if they're in middle school, they have what, 7 classes a day, 8 classes a day. Like 7 classes or whatever. So they're only in one class for an hour and 30 minutes. He or she has an hour and 30 minutes. And if your child is a slow learner, then you should take the proper steps to have your child tested to have accommodations. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
well,
saying? And then it's not
take the
always
time
up to the teacher,
to
bro.
work with the kid and try to catch them up on whatever they're running behind on. And see, what happens is a lot of parents don't know a lot of stuff themselves, so they can't even help the damn kid with the homework. So, but if that's the case, that means you need to be learning right next to them. Fuck that. Find a way to fucking help them. Learn right next to them.
Yeah. But they're always so quick to throw it off on the backs of the teacher. It's like, no, it's not. The teacher does her job or his job while he's in school. He or she is in school. And then it's up to you as a parent to check in on your child and say, hey, what do you have for homework? What did y'all learn today? Are you understanding what they're teaching? And if you don't know, then you do what you can. I'm not saying that you may be
And you
financially
look for
able to
other
get your
people
kid
to
able to
help,
help, but
because it don't have to be money. You can find other people to help. Somebody knows. It's like when you're in a professional position in the corporate world and your job is to deal with such and such and such. You deal with all of this shit. A lot of times shit you have to deal with, you don't know nothing about. You ain't never even dealt with it before. So, but it's still your job to deal with it, and they don't give a damn. So, like, your bosses are like, deal with that shit. So you're going to have to figure out how to deal with it. So what you do is you call someone. You find someone who knows about the shit, and you call them, and you tell them what the situation is and ask them what they would do or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And take all of that information in consideration before you make your decision. You get what I'm saying? And that's how you roll forward. That's how you do with everything. But we're at about an hour. I want to get moving into the show. The name of the show today is Etymology of Religion. So what I really want to do is I want to look at some words that people use, that you use all the time, especially in religious circumstances. You know what I'm saying? And go back and look at the etymology of these words, because I've already done this before in the past, and people call me crazy a lot of times when I don't say things certain ways. And it's like bless you when people sneeze, right? It's polite. It's polite to say bless you, you know, when people sneeze or whatever. That's the custom. But one of the things I always have a problem with is like blindly following traditions, you know, and not really knowing where it came from or why and all of that shit. So it's just like that's just what you do. That's just what you do, and that's what everybody says. That's just what you do. So, but then I'm like, why? You know, like that doesn't matter. It's just what you do. It's polite. It's nice. So, but that's not how my mind works. I have to know. You know what I'm saying? And I understand that certain words have power, you know what I mean? And we do spells and curses and stuff on each other without even knowing it, based on the meanings of these words that we use. So anyways, it's a lot of words that I was thinking of. Like blessed is the first one I'm about to do right now. I don't know exactly which all ones I'm going to do, but the ones that was popping in my mind was like Lord, Anointed, Master, Blasphemy, Virgin, Good Morning. I'm definitely going to do that one. Crucifix, Sacrifice, Rosary Beads, Tradition, Clergy, Ritual, Pagan, Cult. Because I think that the meanings of these words matter. And we say we use these words all the time and we don't really know what we're saying. So I want to move on into blessed right here because I got it up on the Wikipedia page. I'm thinking about going back and forth between this Wikipedia page and then this etymology page. So with the different words, and we can look at the different ways that they are looking at them, and it'll help you understand things. So, okay. So Wikipedia, and Wikipedia, I'm not allowed to use Wikipedia as a source in school because it's not considered a reputable source. But I use Wikipedia a lot. I think it's useful as a tool if you know what you're doing. So, okay, blessed. Up here on the top it says blessed may refer to the state of having received a blessing, blessed, a title assigned by the Roman Catholic Church to someone who has been beatified. Okay. And I think that use of it would be the one that most people would think of most popularly. So that's when people say bless you, this is what they're thinking of. Okay. So, but this is Wikipedia, and this is the main top or whatever. I'm going to read a couple more. Under Wikipedia, it says Brian Blessed. It says in English, no, hold on. It says beatification redirected from blessed. Beatification from Latin beatus, blessed, and facer, to make, is a recognition, according to the Catholic Church, of a deceased person's entrance into. So this is beatification. It says it's recognition, accordance to the Catholic Church, of a deceased person's entrance into. That's just what it says. So that's kind of going in the direction that this is going in, because what blessed really means, we're about to get into it. Let me see, because that kind of touched on it a bit right there. Here it says, blessed may refer to a modern pagan or Wiccan blessing, Blessed Be, a 2000 album by the 69 Eyes. Oh. Blessed are the sick is the second studio. Oh, there goes freaking Wikipedia. So let me go to the etymology of this. Let me share this to y'all. And after I read this, I want to know, Deuce, had you ever heard this before? Okay. This is under Online Etymology Dictionary. And I just typed in blessed. And at the top, it's 25 entries. The top entry, blessed as an adjective, late 12th century, supreme happy, also consecrated holy, past participle adjective form, bless, reversed or ironic sense of cursed, damned, is recorded from 1806, related blessedly and blessedness. So bless verb is reversed or ironic sense of cursed, damned. All right. This one says bless. Old English. It says Bletzian or Bletzian, Northumbrian, Blotzian. To consecrate by religious rite, make holy, give thanks. From Proto-Germanic, Bladison, hollow with blood, mark with blood. From Blotham, blood, originally a blood sprinkling on pagan altars. I don't know. I don't want to lose y'all because this is crazy heavy stuff. But let me read this part again. Old English, to consecrate by religious rite, make holy, give thanks. Hollow with blood, mark with blood. Originally a blood sprinkling on pagan altars. So it's like to bless means to bleed. Simply. To bleed you out, basically. I want to read some more. It says, this word was chosen in Old English Bibles to translate Latin benedicere, a Greek eulogium, both of which have a ground sense of to speak well of, to praise, but were used in Scripture to translate Hebrew to bend the knee, worship, praise, invoke blessings. The Latin language writes, there is nothing surprising in the semantic development of a word denoting originally a spiritual rite, ritual act, into the more generalized meaning to sacrifice, worship, bless. And he compares Latin immolari. So the meaning shifted in late Old English toward pronounce or make happy, prosperous, or fortunate by resemblance to unrelated bliss, meaning invoked or pronounced God's blessings upon. No cognates in other languages. I wonder why. Basically, I wonder if I can get, let me see. Let's do blessedly or blessedness. Hold on. No, let's do bless. So it popped up that a lot of it is the same as that. So basically, the meaning of blessed is to bleed. So it's been flipped. And then it's like you're saying bless you, but it's like, you know how like if you're sarcastic, like you're like, you got a sword and you slice the dude, bless you. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, you know, the motion of the knight when they knight the person, that it's the same kind of motion. And it's like that X, it's like a cross. It's like It really just means death, bleed. You ever heard that before, Deuce?
Nah, this first time I ever heard that.
I'm gonna close some of these windows. I got too much shit open. I feel like I'm losing y'all. Let me try a different word. Let's do morning. Good morning.
Yeah, it's the first time I ever heard that as far as bless, meaning bleed, you know.
I'm fucking spelling it wrong because my brain is telling me what the hell I'm already getting to the point of. Okay, can y'all see this? I really wanted to get on some kind of like spiritual shit. How is Pat? Have you talked to Pat?
Nah, I haven't talked to him.
I hope he's feeling all right. Let me see. It says, good morning is a common greeting in English language. It may also refer to Good Morning Australian show, a children's show. Okay, whatever. Good morning Vietnam. Da 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 da. Good morning. So let me take out good and see what happens. It's a period from sunrise to noon. There are no exact times for when morning begins. Also true of evening and night because it can vary according. Morning may refer to program. Da 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 da. Okay, so that was Wikipedia. Let me put the same thing in to the etymology. Good morning. Okay. Let me share. Probably gonna get tired of talking. Good morning, greetings, salutation. Earlier, good morning from Morrow. Is it Morrow from a bone? Morning, first part of the day, technically from midnight to noon. Pattern of evening, originally time from sunrise. Let's see. As an adjective from 1530s, as a greeting by 1895, short for good morning. Morning after in reference to hangover is from 1884 in reference to a type of contraception attested by 1967. Morning sickness is a system. Da 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 da. Hold on, let me see. All right, let me take out good. Let me take out good and see what pops up. Bop. Beep. All right. Now it just says first of the day. It's the same one. It didn't pop up what I'm looking for. I ain't gonna lie. What I'm looking for is not happening here. Because they don't even say this in other countries. Like this is it's kind of a weird thing to say. Like in Spanish, they say buenos dias. It's like good day. I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna move on because it's not popping up what I want. I need a freaking break because my freaking eyes are tripping off these lights. Oh, because I don't have my fucking glasses on. No fucking wonder. Y'all gotta give me a second. I gotta get my shit together. Them fucking lights is fucking with my eyes like a motherfucker. I'm trying to read and shit. That's why I started wearing them fucking glasses. You heard about all the fucking money and new rockets they sent into freaking Ukraine?
I didn't know they were. I didn't know they were sending weapons to Ukraine. I knew they were sending money. Man, to be honest with you, I kind of stopped following it.
Yeah.
Like, I know
It's
that
just a
probably
bunch of
probably not a
bullshit.
good thing, but
Nah, it's a
stop
bunch of
following.
bullshit.
Politics is
Shit.
often called the
Let
art
me
of
play this
problem
though, because I
solving,
gotta
and
get
every
my shit
country has
together.
its own playbook. You can throw money at the problem. You can try diplomacy. Or if you're the United States, you can throw weapons at the problem. That's what Joe Biden is doing in Ukraine. He's flooding the country with all kinds of weapons. Guess how much are they worth? More than $9 billion. This includes rockets, anti-tank missiles, radars, guns, and ammunition. And on Tuesday, Biden announced more of it. His new package includes a controversial weapon, the HIMARS Multiple Rocket Launch System. It's a mobile rocket unit, and it can fire multiple rounds at the same time. Now, why is this weapon controversial? Because of its range. The HIMARS can hit targets 80 kilometers away. That is much more than anything Ukraine currently uses. Right now, their most potent rocket is this one, the M777 howitzer. It tops at around 25 kilometers. But the HIMARS can travel more than twice that distance, 80 kilometers, which means it can target or hit targets behind Russian lines. You could call it a game changer, like the Stinger missiles in Afghanistan or the F-14 Tomcat in Iraq. These rockets could change the tide in the Donbass, and I'll tell you how. Right now, Ukrainian forces are finding it hard to break out. They're under heavy Russian shelling, and their rockets do not have the range to strike Russian targets. In simple words, the Ukrainians are bogged down. Enter HIMARS. Not only can it hit enemy targets, it can do so away from Russia's range. So it's good news for Ukraine, not so much for Russia. The Kremlin had warned against sending advanced missile systems to Ukraine. They called it senseless and risky dumping of weapons. And it's not just words. Russia is flexing its muscles too. Around 1,000 Russian soldiers are holding a nuclear drill near Moscow. They're practicing with 100 vehicles, including the Yars intercontinental ballistic missile launchers. Clearly, Russia was serious about the warnings. So why did Biden go ahead with the rocket shipment in the first place? He clarified his position in an op-ed for the New York Times. Here's what the US president wrote, and I'm quoting. We have moved quickly to send Ukraine a significant amount of weaponry and ammunition so that it can fight on the battlefield and be in the strongest possible position at the negotiating table. That's why I've decided that we will provide the Ukrainians with more advanced rockets. Interesting logic. Biden wants diplomacy to succeed. He wants to end the Ukraine war through talks. So what does he do? Send more lethal rockets to Ukraine. Sounds a bit counterproductive, doesn't it? Well, not in America. Remember when they dropped nuclear bombs to make Japan surrender quickly? Same logic here, except advanced rockets are not nuclear bombs. They may give Ukraine a temporary edge, but Russia has enough weapons to level that advantage, which makes you wonder, what exactly is Biden's end game here? His defense officials were talking about weakening Russia. He was accused of extending the war to give Putin a bloody nose. So on Tuesday, Biden hit back. In the same op-ed, he clarified his position on the war. Listen to what he said. We are not encouraging or enabling Ukraine to strike beyond its borders. We do not want to prolong the war just to inflict pain on Russia. This is what the US president has written. And there's another interesting bit. As much as I disagree with Mr. Putin and find his actions an outrage, the United States will not try to bring about his ouster in Moscow. So two clarifications by Biden. A, he does not want to extend the war. And B, he's not seeking to remove Putin from power. These are important clarifications, but the question is, will Putin buy it? Chances are he won't, which is why these rockets are a risky roll of the dice. Biden is hoping the battleground edge will force Russia to sue for peace, or at least begin talks. But knowing Putin, he will see this as an escalation because this is not just the US. Other Western countries are also sending more weapons. Germany is the latest. They've announced air defense systems for Ukraine, and it's very good progress from the helmets. According to Chancellor Olaf Scholz, this is just a start. He wants a complete overhaul of German defense. His ultimate goal, to make Germany the most powerful European army in NATO.
What we have achieved is a quantum leap, and it has consequences. The German army will become the biggest conventional European army in NATO, and we will work to continue improving our security architecture For example, also when it comes to cybersecurity.
So you have big announcements from all over the West. Germany is militarizing. America is sending advanced rocket systems, but none of this was a surprise. In fact, Ukraine had been asking for those weapons since March. Until now, Biden was opposed to it. He thought the rockets would be an escalation. And for once, he was right. The rockets are an escalation. Yes, they will give Ukraine a temporary edge, but at what cost? What if Russia responds with more firepower? Like I said at the start, politics is all about problem solving. But Biden is trying to find a political solution with weapons. It's a risky move. But then again, Biden has nothing to lose. Escalation or not, his country remains safe. Only Ukraine faces the bullets.
I don't know if that'll continue to be true, especially if the escalation keeps escalating. You know what I mean? And I swear I feel like that's what I'm seeing. Like this report is just sounds like everybody is arming up, you know? That's what happens before you go to war. You fucking arm up. Anyways, I feel like I'm losing the audience, so I'm gonna scroll on Insta and see what pops up. It's like, and my argument is, where the hell is all the money coming from? When they was trying to help people during the damn pandemic, everybody was screaming where the money's coming from. They steadily shelling out money to freaking Ukraine, and I haven't heard no one say where's the money coming from. So I'm gonna say it. Where the hell is the money coming from? How come they can find money for that so easily and quickly?
I don't know, bro. Yeah. I don't know. I think there's some ulterior motives when it comes down to the Ukrainian war.
Yeah, man, it's way more going on
I
than meets
think a
the
lot.
eye.
I think a lot of people, a lot of countries, a lot of people, at least the countries that are within NATO, stand to gain a lot from Ukraine's downfall.
I don't know. I don't know. It's so complex.
Ukraine, man, but you got to think about the resources. Ukraine, they harvest enough food to feed a lot of people. They have a lot of other resources there.
And that's what I was saying for the longest. And it just now barely people starting to like mention that as a could be a part of this whole thing. Nobody was even mentioning that.
You know, like
they would put the fucking song in this. It says African Americans, White House staffers leaving in mass Blaxit report. So who wrote this? By Callie Patterson. What is this? C-SPAN? Whose paper is this though? It says more than 20 black White House aides have departed the Biden administration since late last year. In Exodus, some have dubbed Blaxit, according to new report. What the fuck, bro? Like, I shouldn't have read that shit. Like,
so windy out here, boy. Everybody's swerving.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Shit.
just these trucks coming over on me and shit, getting close to me.
Yeah, man, that should be making me nervous as hell. I don't like to ride next to them hoes. Oh, Matthew McConaughey is from Uvalde. I knew he's from Texas, but specifically Uvalde. What is this?
When the piano makes you end your call.
A photo op for Matthew McConaughey. It says Matthew McConaughey returned home to Uvalde to pay his respects to the victims of the shooting. Well, good for you, Matthew McConaughey. May 31st, 2022. That whole thing is sad. I can't really just make no comments because that's way too fucking sad.
Yeah.
Photo
Stop
op.
hoeing around all through your 20s. Stop hoeing around all through your 30s. You give your 20s to the street Negroes. You give your 30s to the pretty boys. They use you up, dog you out. Now you're in your 40s and nobody's jumping to marry your ass. And so now you're saying it ain't no good black men. No, no, no. There's plenty of good black men. The problem is you gave your best years to men who didn't deserve it. The problem is you gave your best years to men who didn't deserve it. And now you see your biological clock is ticking and your beauty clock. See, you got a biological clock, how long you can have those babies, and you got a beauty clock, how long you gonna be looking good. A biological clock, how long you gonna have them babies, and a beauty clock, how long you gonna be looking good. And guess what? When you hit those 40s, don't get me wrong, black don't crack, but everybody declines.
I don't know if I completely agree with that, especially the part about you have a lifespan for your beauty, because you know what I find beautiful is not the things that are so superficial, like physical, like that. You know what I mean? And that kind of stuff don't deteriorate. You know what I mean? The things that you see, like in your wife, dudes, like the things that you find beautiful. But anyways, what comments do you have on Dr. Umar's comment there? I think the first part of what he's saying is true. With a lot of people do that, partying through their 20s and 30s. But I think you're a kid at that age, anyways. You know what I mean? You learning yourself, anyways. So but I think he still has a valid point at the beginning, you know, because I think a lot of people do that, and then they want, like they. That's what I hate, though. I hate that. I hate to see women chasing after trash ass dudes. I hate that. I hate to see dudes chasing after trash women. Like, anyways, you there? You there, Deuce?
Yeah. I mean, I mean, I don't know, bro. I guess it's all an opinion on what you feel. What you feel is right, or I mean, because at that age, there's not a lot of people that truly know exactly what they want. So they find themselves dating multiple people. And in the process of dating, you run across some selfish individuals. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say yeah, they may be some dog ass dudes or dog ass females, but that's what society promotes, and so sometimes you have to go through those ups and downs to realize, what it is that you truly want, or sometimes when you're a dog like that and you meet that one and you have to go through that heartbreak in order to realize, like, damn, I fucked up. It's kind of a gift and a curse to date, because I feel like when you're dating, sometimes and you just out there, you may find yourself doing some grimy shit, and then you know you get into a relationship, and you know that shit plays back on you, because I feel like the universe repeats itself in a sense. You know what I'm saying? That shit comes back around at some point, and it may not necessarily be you, per se. It
Your
could
kids.
that shit, yeah, it could transfer down to your kids. You know what I'm saying? So you just have to, you just have to be mindful, But I will say, bro, like right now, now this is just my personal opinion. I know this is a live show that's broadcasted out, and people may get mad at what I say, but I feel like right now in this climate, bro, I don't feel like women are winning like they were. You know what I'm saying? Women were on top. They were winning. You know what I'm saying? They have options, and they still have options. You know what I'm saying? But I think there's a lot less real options out there right now.
It sucks so bad between the LGBTQ and the Me Too movement. I think women are losing. You know,
Yeah. Yeah. You know, and it's like, bro, like right now, like to me, this shit is unheard of. But I've never been one that played the field and got out there like that. I'll be honest with you, I never really did. But to like, for right, like right now, bro, like there, like you hear women like, bro, if I could just find a piece of a man, a half a man, somebody that's just halfway hold shit down. You know what I'm saying? Like
but
that's
dudes,
crazy, bro.
the good dudes are afraid to approach them, or they're not available. They're working. You know, they're not in
Are
the
you
streets. They're
just
not at the club.
yeah? Are you just simply tired of being feeling tired of being tired of having that feeling that you're being used, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, the genuineness, you know, of course, like I can't speak for everybody, but if I truly like somebody, I'm truly into you, bro, and I catch feelings for you and I truly fuck with you, I'm gonna fuck with you on all levels. You know what I'm saying? And if you can't be real and 100, you move kind of, you know what I'm saying? You move kind of fucked up. Your shit, you seem sneaky, and the shit that you do, you know what I'm saying? It's like a lot of dudes, bro, they tired of that. Like a lot of men out here are tired of that, you know? Like, you know, you got a lot of women out and I'm not just down talking women because you got men out here too. You got a lot of men that turn good girls bad, you know, taint them. You know, that they have the attitude that men with broken hearts have, you know what I'm saying? So I mean I get it, but you know, it's like I ask myself that question: do you want me because of who I am, for who I am, or do you want me because what I'm saying, you know how I get down, you know how I provide or how I do this, you
Well, it's
know?
gonna always be a combination of those things. So, we always gotta be true to ourselves because at the end of the day, we're always using each other for something. You know what I'm saying? Your wife gives you something and you give something to her, and it works for y'all. You get what I'm saying? It has to be a mutual give and take, though, for it to be a healthy relationship. But in all relationships, it's gonna be that certain things that you're using the other one for. We just have to be true about it.
And yeah, and in all honesty, bro, like that what you saying, I don't think that the give and take is always mutual. You know what I'm saying? I think people get comfortable, and they're just like you come to a point of like where you just like, man, I know how this motherfucker is, like, fuck it. Like
Yeah,
this is just what it is.
you
You know what
compromise
I'm
and
saying? I know this part at the end of the day, they truly not down. They truly don't, you know what I'm saying? Do they truly have my back? Can they, they may have your back on so many other aspects, but when it come down to the nitty gritty, can this person truly have my back? And I think a lot of couples, you just get to that phase, like,
nobody
fuck it.
trusts nobody. That's what I'm saying. Like the generation now, it seems like even their spouse or loved one or family members, close friends, everybody, they don't trust each other at all. Like everybody is out for themselves and willing to stab anybody in the back.
Yeah.
Well, while I'm listening, I'm kind of, like, cause I think I mean, I thought you're supposed to have that kind of s- um feeling, after some point. Cause I mean, maybe it feels like, oh well, maybe it feels one way, but I mean, for somebody to be in a relationship with somebody, it becomes supposed to become annoying, and it's not like, yeah, like what else am I supposed to expect? Like, I mean, we together, right? I mean, you do this, I
Yeah.
do that, like,
I don't know
yeah. I
about
mean,
that.
I expect that you will be a certain
Like,
way because this
like we
is
have
Well, it
that
gets boring a
we
bit, I
have
would
we have
say.
that understanding, bro. Like Like, and I'm not trying to brag, be bragging or anything like that. But I never like my wife and I was watching this couples show, right? And it's a show that Oprah put out there. I think it's called Black Love or some shit like that. But and the woman, and her husband was talking, and and she was like literally like, if it wasn't for my husband, a lot of this wouldn't exist. If it wasn't because of the man that he is, patient, understanding, willing to, when I'm in my mood, just walk away, like, and my wife, and then she even went as far as the bedroom, like, oh, like my husband's the champ, and my wife literally had to, like, she laughed. I'm like, what the fuck you laughing at? And she literally was like, bro, like, you really are the champ. You know what I'm saying? Like, you are the champ. When it comes down to the bedroom, you are the champ. Like, you take true control. Like, she admitted that she lazy. And most women are after a certain point in your marriage. Most of them are. And they know, because they know us as men, we trying to get a nut. You know what I'm saying? We gonna stand up, and do our part, do our job. But like, most of them get to that point, and then it's like, like, a lot of things in my, like, bro, if it wasn't for me and the personality and the mentality that I have, our marriage would have been done a long time ago. Would have been done. So that's why I can stand here and say that sometimes that give and take is not always mutual. Sometimes you give a little bit more to get along, to get by, you know what I'm saying? Because you already, I know the ways of my wife. I know that she has a sense of selfishness. She has some senses of it, she has an aspect of entitlement. I created it. Let me be real about it. I created it, but at the end of the day, what we have, it works. It's like, like, I know, like, oh fuck, I know I gotta do this. Let me go and get this shit done. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just have that understanding. Like, it's like, when you together with somebody for so long, bro, it just, because if you
Yeah,
focus on
I
that,
don't
your
think anything
marriage
is
will be
ever.
done.
Yeah, I don't think anything is ever equal. Like, I mean, nothing in a relationship is ever gonna be equal, because I mean, if it is, you're really kind of keeping, I mean, keeping count for one. But
Yeah.
then, I mean, you're not really just, what I'm saying? Like, you gotta have those ebbs and flows. One person is gonna be better at one thing than another. So, I mean, it's somebody's gonna be at the leader of the pack some way, somehow. But
Yeah, and
and
when I
I
was
and I,
saying
and I
it's
get, yeah, I get what Chaka's saying, as far as, like, when it comes to a relationship, you kind of, I don't know,
y'all both
I
are using each other. That's what I meant by mutual. You both are using each other. It's not necessarily mutual as far as like equal. It's
yeah,
it's it's we're both using each other in our own ways. And that's still a healthy relationship as long as both parties are okay with it, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Because I can definitely tell you, like, you will find in your relationship that I know people be like, bro, you sick minded, but you will find in your relationship, especially in a marriage, that your wife gets a little bit more head than you do, bud. Just saying.
Women get more head, period. It don't even
Like,
matter.
like, after a certain
I don't know.
amount of
Speak
years
for
of marriage,
yourself.
nigga, your shit comes on birthdays. Oh, I didn't get you nothing for Christmas. Let me shake your
Nah, women get more head, period.
Speak for yourself.
That's cause Pat. That's cause Pat getting at it. You want some company driver? Well, sure.
Or hell no.
Hey, shit. Pat be asking, did you
Now,
brush
in
your
my
teeth?
marriage, in my marriage, you probably right. But my past marriage. But nah, this last relationship I was in, shit. Nah, I was, believe, I promise you, I was
That's because you
getting
wasn't
tw-
married, bro. You wasn't married. You wasn't married. You wasn't holding that down like that on the marriage tip. But Yeah, I mean, and I can't speak for all marriages, so I'm basing this solely off of my 15 years of marriage. Like, I can tell you, the head giving kind of went out the door after about shoot, the first child. Nigga, after the first child, like, nah, I can't be doing that. I gotta feed my baby out my mouth. Oh, okay.
Well,
Yeah.
while you saying that, that's gonna make me not get married again.
Hey, I'm
Let-
just saying, bro. When that shit come around, and then was the killing puppy. Like, you be sitting there like, after a session, you be like, man, I sure wanted some head. Well, you should have asked, motherfucker. I ain't have to ask in the beginning. That was
Pastor,
a
I ain't,
given.
I ain't, I ain't getting
You
married no more.
started it
Then
out.
fuck that.
Shit, before
Let
we
me play
made it into
this.
the hive, goddamn.
Look
Shit.
at this. This is a clip of China opening up or whatever. I want to say. Let me.
Miles across highways, dragging their luggage or strapping it to bikes. Even journeys of dozens of miles or more, not swaying their determination. The train station parking lot has become a campsite, some leaving days earlier than their departure time, terrified they could be locked down again if they stay at home. Sprinting with shopping bags, residents racing to get out. After more than 2 months of a brutal citywide lockdown, Shanghai is finally cracking open the seal. The city's main train station packed with people trying to escape, but actually getting out of here is a treacherous journey. The city says it will fully resume transportation today. But earlier, people have been seen trekking miles across highways, dragging their luggage or strapping it to bikes. Even journeys of dozens of miles or more, not swaying their determination. The train station parking lot has become a campsite, some leaving days earlier than their departure time, terrified they could be locked down again if they stay at home. Sprinting with
Okay.
shopping bags, residents racing to get.
Yeah, that's crazy. Man, I always like to look at stuff like that because I could totally be here in the United States. Like, you think these people act different than us? Like, humans act like humans all over the world.
Man,
Let me ask you: did you know that blessed meant bleed? That in this etymology, had you heard
say
of it?
that. Say that again.
Blessed meaning bleed.
Yes,
Okay.
that's why I try to use the word bliss when I say sending people blessings instead of blessings because it's pretty much means to kill you. Like I'm gonna bless you. Somebody say I'm gonna bless you. Almost means like yeah, I'm gonna knock your head off. I'm gonna kill you.
And that's what I was trying to say, and I felt like I was crazy because nobody knows. But anyways, I was reading the etymology of it, and it kind of said that, but it's hard to get it. It's so, you know, academic, so it's kind of hard to like understand what they're saying and shit.
Yeah.
And I think I was boring the hell out of the audience, so I just moved
Well,
on.
well, yeah. The whole blessing thing began with it was a threat, really. Well, when they do they take the sword and put, like the king, puts the sword on each shoulder of the knight.
Yeah.
He was blessing him, saying like if he's not loyal, if he's not,
Off with your head, buddy.
yeah. So it was very much more literal to that meaning in previous days. Like
So, but that's what's so crazy that it's completely flipped.
well, and that's what that's what's really I think what's wrong with people's understanding these days is because of what we call connotative linguistics, is that you've been conned into believing a new way of because like our language means a lot, and then for us to take on a different meaning for a word that really meant something else and just trying to make it loosen up the usage of it can be would have been way more vital to your life than it may be today, because if we went to the literal meanings of all of these words, like, it's really no telling what we would be actually saying to or about other people.
Yeah, man, and that's why I wish that people would look up some of these words and know what they mean, so that they can know what they're saying. Because I think that it's just another way to control people. Because if you don't even know what you're saying, and you're like I was saying earlier, it's like you're just supposed to say it. It's just being nice, and then you ask them like why, you don't ask why, you just do it. It's just a thing you do. It's a tradition. It's just being nice.
Yeah, no, that's not wise to do anything like that, because I'm sure I've been guilty of doing it as well. I mean, I'm a part of the world, but I mean, of course, when I catch myself, I try to you know change at least how I'm saying, use a different verbiage instead of words that I know is
Yeah, well,
native
let's
to.
help the audience out. What if, like, one of the ones that, because I wanted to do it through fucking Wikipedia and shit, but like morning is one of them, right? Like good morning. What are some of the words that you don't use, that you, once you've learned like their meanings and stuff, like, and what are some other things that you say instead?
Ooh. Oh, that's good. This might take me a moment because
Good morning is one, right?
I guess I mean the word, yeah, the word morning itself, I mean, it's more towards sadness and uh I don't know, like it would be good if we had somewhat pulled up some of these words,
I
the
have it.
definition.
I have these right here already, but let me type in morning. Like, I'm gonna spell it the right way. Let's see. But
I
everybody
mean
knows what these mean.
because it's morning and then morning.
Yeah.
So that's where I guess that
Yeah, that's where, because depending on, right, maybe the way you're pronouncing it or whatever, because that's
that's
where the problem comes in. Because I typed it in as morning, good morning, and I wasn't getting no hits so of what I wanted, that I thought was gonna pop up. But people know what mourning means: feeling of expression of sorrow, sadness, or grief. From Old English, what it says, mournung, complaint, grief, act of lamenting.
let me see if I can pull up.
Customary dress of garment worn by mourners.
I left my laptop charger in the car. I mean, in my truck. So I'm gonna see how much usage I can get.
Yeah, because it's a lot of those words, and I just can't think of them. I had made a list, like, but I can't remember which ones were really good. That's gonna work for what I want. Like, Lord is one. Fucking Lord. Let me type that in, because let's see what pops up. Master of a household, ruler, feudal lord, superior husband, also God, translating Latin Dominus, Greek Kyrios in the New Testament, Hebrew Yahweh in the Old. Man, it has so much. That's why I'm gonna confuse y'all. Old English is a contraction of earlier, literally one who guards the loaves. From half bread loaf, keeper, guardian. So it's like, let me read that again. Mid 13th century, lavered, lovered, from Old English, Halford, master of household, ruler, feudal lord, superior husband, also God, translating Latin Dominus, Greek Kyrios in the New Testament, Hebrew Yahweh in the Old. though Old English written was more frequent. Old English Lafford is a contradiction of earlier Hathworth, literally
Well,
one who. Go
well,
ahead.
well, I was just gonna say because I mean, if just even listening to that, I mean, the word Lord and God, those things were directed towards human beings, to where like nowadays it's like blasphemy if you try to say that, oh, you're God, or you're the a Lord or whatever, like it was a high title for a human being at one point in time, to where now, like, he's like, what's up, God? Like some some people of let's say the what's the conscious community use that God aspect a lot, but that's more so because of the understanding that it was referred to as a human being. We created God, not
And I think they created that whole East Coast, West Coast beef thing just to confuse everybody and get people lost on that shit, because the East Coast was really dominating the popular scene, and that God was going around. And I don't think they liked that. So that's why they freaking.
well
That's my conspiracy theory.
that's maybe one part of it, because I mean that of course it was that whole east west beef was constructed, but I don't think it was because of the word God. Um,
Yeah,
I
but let's flip it on the elitism, because I feel like you got lords, peasants, and serfs to this day. You know what I'm saying? And you could say like landlords, because that's really what it was, right? Those people own the property and they basically force the people to work on it.
or just somebody with a that was given a higher title, because I mean whether you work for it and earned it, I don't know if it really even
Yeah,
mattered. It was more
and they,
somebody.
yeah, because like the kingdom owned all the land. So yeah, so these people were given the, and they were probably aristocracy, so it had to do with their lineage and all of that. So you couldn't move. If you was born into the lords, you was a lord. You born into the kings and queens, you was a king and queen. If you was born into the serfs, you're a serf.
I wonder what does Elliot mean by generalizations.
Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna ask that. Trivium. Do you want us to look those words up? I don't know what you're saying, Elliot. Generalizations. Was I generalizing? Damn, what the fuck? I'm making up words now.
Generalizing. I try to pull up an online etymology dictionary, and trying to see where I can actually. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Let me put generalizing
Because
or generalize.
Anointed is another one. Let's do that one. Because I know that one is something. Anointed. You want? Did you do generalization? Whatever the hell.
Yeah.
He says I'm done with the show. Why, Elliot? I'm trying.
He said he's done with the show. I don't get it. What's the?
I don't know, bro. He says Grand Rising. Oh yeah, this was his first one when we was talking about Good Morning. Yeah. I'm behind on these comments. That's what it is. Fucking Anointed, bro. Do Anointed.
All right, let's go back
And see what pops up on that shit.
Yeah, I hear a lot of people saying Grand Rising now instead of Good Morning.
Yeah, I think that sounds a lot better.
Shit, most motherfuckers don't say shit to you in the morning.
Yeah, Grand Rising Queen, Grand Rising King. Are we like Grand Rising God? Grand Rising Goddess. That sounds a lot nicer, I think. He says his
Maybe
mic won't work. I can't debate. Oh,
maybe my spelling is off on this.
I suck at spelling. Yeah, it's one N. It's Anointed.
See, and that's what I had, and for whatever reason, it's coming up with some other crap. All right, let's see.
Smear with oil. Um, that's what I knew it was. And hold on, because anointed, and then it's like there's some damn. And I don't want to make everybody mad. So let me see. Let me let them say it. It says smeared with oil, past participle adjective for anoint. Earlier was anointed, 1300, from Old French anoint, Latin innunctum, now meaning a consecrated one, as in Lord's anointed, is recorded from the 1520s. Mid 14th century, anoint, verb anointing, pour oil upon, smear with ointment. Basically the same. Okay, let's go down here. It says Christ in the anointed, synonymous with and translated to Greek, Hebrew, Messiah, a title given to Jesus of Nazareth, Old English Christ, from Latin Christus, from Greek Christos, the anointed. Noun, use of verbal adjective cream to rub, anoint. So I guess you could say you rub the blood of Jesus on yourself and then you would be anointed with the blood of Jesus.
I know usually it's some kind of oil or water or something that's been considered to be healing or um,
Holy water. Like they
let's
used to
see.
have it at the Catholic Church when we would go in, when you walked into the Catholic Church, when you walked in, my bad. Go on, ask you.
Well,
Go
no,
ahead.
I was just gonna read something that popped up on here. Uh, what does it mean to be anointed by God? It says to be anointed means to be ordained or chosen by God for a specific purpose. Samuel went to anoint David. He was not looking for the who's who among the people. Yeah, Samuel 1 chapter 16 verse 7 states the Lord does not look for the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but Lord looks at the heart. Um, but I guess based on that was being ordained, or I guess it says to me, I guess it's become a different extension of that same
Idea, basically premise of being anointed, but anointed
yeah.
with oil is different still in my mind. And I I don't want to say so because it didn't pop up. So, but
Well, I think somebody else has the ability to pass on some or to recognize something within you, uh, to where they can anoint you or give you that, I guess, express the power they may have noticed within you already. I don't know. That's like anoint is real. That's I wonder. Did Elliot have any conjecture, like anything that he?
He had a couple comments. It says, "My mic won't work. I can't debate, and mourning is dead." Yeah, so that's what I'll be saying about mourning, and the same thing with blessed. But let's look at blasphemy. It says, "Impious or profane speaking of God or sacred things." Early 13th century, from Old French blasphemy, from the late Latin blasphemia, from Greek blasphemia. A speaking ill, impious speech, slander, from blasphemein, to speak evil of. Second element is fem, utterance. It says from pyru, ba, to speak, till say. First element uncertain, perhaps related to blapticus, hurtful. They're guessing. Slack in body and mind, stupid. Also has been proposed. Devan suggests a connection with the root of Latin malice, bad, unpleasant. In Old Testament usage, the word applied to a more specific crime against the reverence for Jehovah as ruler of the Jews, comparable to treason. Let me read this. Blasphemy cognizable by common law is described by Blackstone to be denying the being or providence of God, contumelious reproach of our Savior Christ, profane scoffing at the Holy Scripture, or exposing it to contempt or ridicule. By Kent as maliciously reviling God or religion, and by Chief Justice Lemuel Shaw as speaking evil of the deity with an impious purpose, derogate from the divine majesty and to alienate the minds of others from the love and reverence of God. Century Dictionary, 1895. So that sounds like you can go to jail or something, or for doing it. If it's in the law.
Look, something that I kind of ran over, you know, in the etymology definitions is Christ and Messiah, and it says for Christ the Anointed, synonymous with and translating to Greek, Hebrew, Mahashia. A little given to Jesus of Nazareth, Old English. Hold on, let me open it all the way up. It says Christ the Anointed, synonymous with translating to Greek, Hebrew, Mashiach, a title given to Jesus of Nazareth, from Latin Christus, from Greek Christos, and the Anointed. Noun uses verbal adjective of Korean, to rub, anoint. In the primitive church, it was a title and used with the definite article, but from an early period, it was used without it and regarded a part of the proper name of Jesus. It was treated to be proper name in Old English, but not regularly capitalized. So Christ was a person who was anointed, not necessarily one person. So that's a lot of this stuff is relative to the original. When that there was something that was stemmed from the whole anointed thing, and that's somewhat in quotations for the word Christ. The definition is the anointed. So this is goes. I don't know what the origin. Like that's the whole thing. Like the origin
It's super interesting. Um,
Yeah, this got to be some like really go back and study.
Type stuff.
Yeah.
I want to pull this up because Elliot sent it. 42 Laws of Matt, and I think a lot of people don't know anything about that. And I wish people would know more because this is where this is where the Ten Commandments and stuff come from. Let me see this. I'm gonna pull it up.
Well, I don't think he meant masked. I think he meant ma'at.
Yeah. I know what he meant. I got it right here. Bye. It's on the screen. Can I make it bigger? View image. Okay. This one, it says define.
And ma'at is pretty much Mother Earth.
Okay. Yeah, so we could break this down a bit, but there's 42 of them. Should we just read them? The first one is honor virtue. The second one is, well, it says I honor virtue. The second one is I benefit without violence. I am non-violent. I respect the property of others. I affirm that all life is sacred. I give offerings that are genuine and generous. Generous. I live in truth. Whew, how many people can say that? I hold sacred those objects that are consecrated to the divine. I speak the truth. I eat only my fair share. I speak words of good intent. I relate in peace. I honor animals as sacred. I can be trusted. I care for the earth. I keep my own counsel. We could probably go back and break some of these down. I speak positively of others. I remain in balance with my emotions. Woo, I bet you a lot of people struggle with that one. I am trustful in my relationships. I hold purity in high esteem. I wonder what that really means. I spread joy. I do the best I can. I communicate with compassion. I listen to opposing opinions. A lot of people struggle with that one. I create harmony. I invoke laughter. I am open to love in various forms. I am forgiving. I am non-abusive. I act respectfully of others. I am non-judgmental. I follow my inner guidance. I speak without disturbing others. I do good. I give blessings. There goes the word blessings. I keep the waters pure. I speak with optimism. I praise truth. I am humble. I achieve with integrity. I advance through my own abilities. I embrace the all. I like all of that except for I give blessings. But I guess at some point I guess that's the yin and the yang, huh? If you look at it even with the definition of what it is, at some point you got to give out some blessings, I guess, huh?
Well, I think that would me, be based on the intention of that, of how it's used at this point, because
It was probably a translation.
exactly, that's the part.
Most likely it was a translate. All of this was translated, and a lot of times they don't really be understanding. So they do the best they can sometimes, and sometimes they are malicious and mistranslate things, but sometimes it's just ignorance.
Yeah, I would say it's more ignorance, and maybe it could be some ignorance on our part to not really fully understand what their intention was when they originally said it. But I mean, given the blessing, I don't think it was all about just murdering somebody if they were disloyal, but also giving them the strength to be able to make it through whatever endeavors they may have gone through once they have been knighted. You know, so I mean, it could be a combination of all of those. Both of those definitions.
Elliot says, "Weigh the feather." Whoa, that's heavy right there. That means a lot to me right there. Let me read the couple more. He says 10 comments. It says I'm crying. Freaking weigh the feather, man. That shit about to get me emotional. Freaking I think that we just need to open our mind and you know, you're light. You know what I'm saying? If your light doesn't have a lot of mass, right? You know what I'm saying? And that's the reason why I can move so quickly. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why I can give to others also. You know what I mean? It's like the sun, and it's so far away, you know? Even the light, once it hits us, that's old light, right? The light that
Hmm.
the sun is giving off at this moment
Well,
won't.
well, well. When you think about it, it's not. Yeah, it's not even the original light. It's a reflection of it. It's what I'm saying. It's from the source, but it's how many times has it bounced off of one thing and onto another? It's
Or going
reflecting.
through things, you know.
Yeah, because I mean
Yeah.
the sun. I mean, I think if we got it directly, we still might burn up uh, as if we were in hell. So I mean, it's reflecting off of the maybe clouds and like it's a what do you call it? It's like a I don't know why pendium comes to mind, but no, like a
I want to look at some of these, and maybe we could talk about them a bit. Like the first one, it says, "I honor virtue." Uh, I respect. Let me see. I affirm that all life is sacred. I live in truth. Man, I really try to do these things. Like the things I think what they're saying is you should aspire to the best of your ability for these things. You know what I mean? We're human, so of course, you know, we have the yin and the yang, and we can choose to, embrace the dark, but we can also choose to embrace the light, and the harmony is what makes the world go round. It's what makes everything work. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Kind of like the whole thing with Ukraine and them sending them more weapons and shit, escalating it. Like that's the opposite of this stuff. You know, it said hold sacred those objects that are consecrated to the divine. So kind of like the people who like the Native Americans or the Aboriginals, and they say like these hills, these are sacred, like, and they have been for generations. Like the mountains are sacred. Like don't who like when at Mount Rushmore, I was like, uh they look up and they're like, who fucked up this mountain? You know what I mean? Some people look up and be like, oh, that's beautiful. They're like, what the fuck? And it's not even funny because those mountains are a good example because those were sacred mountains. And that's the reason why they carved in that area. They be knowing the energies. What are you gonna say?
Oh, you could feel my thoughts because I didn't say anything.
I can't even
Well,
see y'all. I'm looking at the map thing.
yeah.
I
Well,
can
I'm
only see one
thinking.
screen at a time.
Well, I'm thinking. I mean, based on a time period. I mean, That's like here in the Americas, they said that like the Grand Canyon was like a group of mountains, and had different waterways and water flows that went through it. And you know I guess the assumption of what happened over time was maybe there was some kind of destruction that what 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 are the rocks that fly from out of a comet or some kind of uh, asteroid or
Meteors.
something. Yeah, meteor, asteroid, something like that came through and destroyed it. So I mean, or they say destroyed it, but created what we see today. So I mean, I guess based on how you look at it, your point of view can make it where it's screwed up, or you can just see it as something beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Like it could be both at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. I think a lot of people have a hard time grasping that concept. Yeah. So the commandments really came from that.
I mean, it simply is beautiful because if you've ever traveled Highway 191 through Moab, Utah, and see how those structures that sit out there in the middle of the desert, it will look like an engineer came out there and carved that rock and made that structure look like that. But that's how the mountain broke apart, and that structure is there from when it broke apart, from way back when.
And that's God's art.
Yeah.
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 And we should respect it. I'm gonna go. Let's do a segue. I have something that's a little messy. Let me see. Yeah, I don't really know what they're gonna say, but nice little segue. I like to do segments. Okay, check it out.
That he was controlling me and I got out of the situation, he didn't want to be in the situation anymore. Because like he didn't have that control over me.
Did you realize that he was controlling you? Like
the last year.
The last year? So he was controlling you the whole 4 years, but then the last year you realized, oh, this is controlling.
Yeah,
all her friends like. In what ways was he controlling? Did you feel like he was controlling you?
Like just like how I was young at the time. So me, I was like 15 when I started dating him. I don't know. I feel like I just started like growing, seeing social media, reading more, being aware of my surroundings more. I was getting older, and I realized like this be controlling me. Like, oh, once he say do it, once he say to do something, I'm gonna do it. Say don't do it, I'm not gonna do it. If he's gonna say this is what we're gonna do, this is how we're gonna do it. Like whatever he say, I was like okay.
What y'all think?
I was in a relationship for 5 years.
I don't think he was controlling her. I think he was more so because she didn't start to change and feel that he was controlling until she got on the internet and started going through social media. I feel like dude know what's up out there, and he was trying to protect her.
Yeah, and I mean, there's relationships where people have a need for each other, and there comes a point when they don't. She was 15. He was, he sees she needed certain things. He said, no, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to do it, blah, blah, blah. She said she started learning. She started to read. She started to understand her surroundings. So when she got to that point of her life, he wasn't necessary. He didn't need.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say that she was a kid and she just didn't know shit, and she grew up. She was became more of like an adult. That's all.
Yeah.
She said 4 years took me to realize that he was controlling me because I was a kid. She was a kid. She didn't know shit.
But I mean, but control is still kind of a strong context of how to look at it, because if you're clueless and there's somebody around you that loves you, cares for you, it's more so helping and guiding and supplying things that you didn't have. What kind of decisions would you have made on your own? Where would you have ended up without this person? So I mean, if you want to look at it as control, I mean, I think that's a limited way to look at that, because based on that relationship, she didn't have. I mean, because if obviously she realized at some point that 4 years later, like, I mean, that's a nice segment of time that they spent together, that she had no idea of her surroundings until that point. There's like, well, if you want to say that he was controlling you, no, maybe he was guiding your way to where you could see the light.
Maybe
you
he
know
helped her see, and she didn't even realize it. It's all about perspective, anyways. From her perspective, it was controlling.
Yeah.
Elliot says mind control. She liked to be controlled.
Well, and that probably was very true in the beginning, because I mean, she was very much accepting of it and probably appreciated it. And then, and based on the way that our society will try to make you feel about that kind of situation, makes you feel like, oh, well, this person is using you, or some, which I think, and that whole using thing can be manipulated as well, because I mean, that's what the world is about. I mean, being able to use other people in situations. Now, using somebody in a negative way is a bad, like, you shouldn't, use somebody, against their will, or to, anything like that. But that's kind of like what the whole idea of life is to be able to, share the things that you have, or can provide to the world, and the same for your neighbor and your friend, whoever's, within your circle. So I mean, that whole idea about using, that word using, I think gets manipulated to make people feel like that's just, somebody's using you, that it's always a bad thing, where
Yeah,
it can really be a good thing.
I think for her, like you say, there's a season for everything, and I think like you're saying, she taking it as he controlled her, but and now she's out there on her own. She's doing her own thing or whatever, which have you. There's gonna come a point in time she's gonna be faced with a situation, or in a relationship, or get out of a relationship. To She's gonna have to go through something to truly appreciate what this person brought to the table. You know what I'm saying? To see where this person was coming from, to truly understand it, whether he, I think you take it, it takes that, especially when you get into a relationship at very pretty much adolescent, and y'all grow up together pretty much and date each other and, be together, uh, it takes for that person to get out there, you know what I'm saying, and get a taste of the real world and how people truly are. You know what I'm
Well,
saying? For them to truly appreciate what that person was trying to do, or was trying to, how that person truly loved them and protect them. You know what I'm saying?
well,
Or tried to protect.
I guess my thing is to look at it from one end to the other, because I'm in the beginning, it was not seen to be, somebody controlling, or, using her, or, or anything of that such, and, if you want to look at it as just their realization of it. But, at one point of their relationship, you know, it was something that was agreed upon, that was considered to be love, or, an expression of a person, the person that, you know this was somebody that was close to her, that she appreciated, until she realized that it was really her that was clueless. And, he was telling her how to live, because whatever. So I mean, we got to look at it somehow in the middle, down the middle, because you can't go from one end and it's good and then get to another end and now everything was bad. Like, it's just one of those things that I think that your perception, because like right now, even how she's saying it now, another 5 years from now, she might be able to see that, his presence was a blessing to her, or a blessing, like it was, it is like what Shaka says, as far as like being able to, your perception of the whole thing, it doesn't just go from straight, totally good to totally bad. There's some balance in there, whether you've recognized it or not. But she had to come to that point to realize that she needed to start doing some of this thinking for herself. And then once she started thinking for herself, her first thought is, oh, somebody was controlling her. But as she gets older, she'll realize, well, you know what, this person that was in my life and was, they helped me through this period. Like, she could have been dead. She could have not made it in life. She couldn't get to the point to where she's able to start thinking for herself if he had not been there to make those decisions for her, or if you want to say controlled her from those periods. I mean, you really just have to kind of look at the whole. You know what I'm saying?
But she could have been just telling the truth. He could have just been controlling. Let me read the comments. Elliot says she wants attention. Good dick has stories. Loose Titum. I don't know what that one is. Pat is a player. He's laughing, rolling on the floor, laughing.
I'm a player. No, man. Look, I'm. Maybe I have been in my day or whatever, but it's not really, because I mean, yeah, I guess the possibility of him totally just using her is a possibility. But regardless of how you look at it, him being in her life made her realize that she can, like that's what brought her to the realization that she can think for herself. So he was very much a driving force in her getting to that point. So I mean, he's not all bad. Like, I mean, regardless of how you want, even if his intentions were negative, she didn't make it to that point without him, for her to get to that realization.
Well, I guess what you're saying. Well, I'll say this is, even if it was negative, it still helped her get to where she got to, right? Because if he was the one that was there with her through those 4 years, and she finally got to the point where she realized, I guess her realizing he was controlling her, regardless, that's her being more aware. So he had to have something to do with that, even if it was in a negative way, as far as like she felt like he was controlling. So it pushed her to read books and learn more shit to do for herself.
I would say, yeah. And then it's so many ways you can see this thing, and just to assume that he would just play the negative part, or that he had bad intentions. Because I mean, I've been in relationships where it was just certain things about life that they were clueless about. I was probably I was even clueless about certain things that they were very well versed in. And I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that we were like we were like negatively using each other, but our interaction with each other is what gave us both some growth. So it's like, you can't just totally look at those moments as just somebody that was using someone, or manipulated it because they had an opportunity. No, it could very much well be a good trade-off of you being able to expand yourself and them expanding themselves.
Yeah. What's up, Doc? We was talking about, we went over the etymology of some words. We did
What's up, Doc? I wanted to, before you get too far. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, we did blessed, Lord, anointed, blasphemy. We talked about the 42 laws of Ma'at.
Ma'at. It's
Yeah,
those are two words expressions. Ma'at.
Ma'at.
Yeah.
I want to do crucifix. I'm gonna come back to this Instagram. I want to do crucifix.
I
Let
don't
me
know.
go
Okay.
because go
As
ahead.
as a precursor to this, I'm going to tell you right now, I personally think the crucifix is offensive as it's idolatry. I have no problem with the cross. I have no problem with some of it, but the crucifix depicting Jesus itself, that's disturbing. I'm like, if he comes back and sees that, that's not going to make him happy.
I'm telling you, man, it makes no sense at all. Like, if you really like care for this person, would you carry around the image of them dying, like how they got tortured to death, like their death last moment being alive? Would you carry
Well,
that around?
look,
An image of
that's
it.
listen, that would be like nowadays, because I mean, this is something that an example that I heard from somewhere else, but it's just like, a lot of people wearing on their chain, a necklace, uh a chair, an electric chair, or maybe even what you call a syringe for that deadly dose that people get for you know the death penalty or whatever. But I mean, having an electric chair hanging from your necklace would be kind of the same thing for more these days and times, to recognize the same thing that cross really represents when you hang it
Yeah,
on your
yeah.
chest.
If we had like electrocuted him in a more modern age, would it be a would it be an electric chair? Was it
or
gas
or,
chamber? Would it be like a gas mask or something? Or
or even a guillotine. I mean, just think. I mean, somebody having a
yeah.
guillotine. This
Well,
is a
people
way.
wear razor blades all the time, so
Elliot
Say
says
what?
I'm laughing hard. He says no one's gonna save you. Uh, yeah, because basically what you're saying, how ridiculous it would be. Yeah, like,
Yeah.
and Pat Doc said razor blades are popular. Freaking, I don't know, man. It's crazy. Like, it's like Hellraiser. That was what it would be like. Like, I love those movies, but it's like those people are walking around with like
remember
pinhead.
right before Frank went, he goes, Jesus wept right
Yeah,
before they pulled him apart.
Well,
yeah.
see, but that's that. See, I think that people don't really give enough real thought to what their actions are, and that the idealism that, because I mean, even if let's say this was something that began in the church, did they really give enough thought about what the representation really was? I mean, because I mean, all right, crucifix, noun, a cross or representation of a cross with the crucified figure of Christ upon it, or upon. It says in early 13th century from Old French, crucifix, fixed to the cross. So it's like, okay, somebody that has been placed upon a cross, and this is a representation that you're giving, like you're talking about somebody that's been murdered or going through some kind of corporal punishment, um, that for whatever reason, it doesn't really matter, but what makes that such a thing to hold at a high regard? I mean, yes, people have gone through it, and maybe the whole, this idea of
Like martyrdom, as far as like maybe, I don't know, if somebody blew themselves up by a bomb or something, like that guy who set himself on fire. I think that was in India, and it started a whole ass revolution. But They didn't.
That was Tibet.
That was Tibet. So, but they didn't put up pictures of the guy while he was on fire.
Actually, the monk that set himself on fire in Tibet was caught on film. You can find it out there, but it's hard to find. It is in one set of videos called Faces of Death, which
Yeah, I
is
think I
really
saw
just,
it.
yeah, it's a horrible
It's
series of
disturbing.
videos. Yeah.
It's
It
very
just,
disturbing. I'm pretty sure I saw it. I don't know if the Faces of Death is floating around no more though. I think it, yeah, but you could probably find it
no,
somewhere. But
you can still get them and order them and stuff like that. They're just not like
There's another platform called Best Gore. You can go on there and probably I don't know if they shut Best Gore down or not, but it would show a lot of horrific things like that. A lot of the
See,
cartel murders
see,
and stuff like that.
you know
Deuce. See, now I'm scared of Deuce. I'm
because he
scared.
see
knows that.
the funny thing about it is all that people killing and crazy stuff didn't bother me. The thing that got me, that turned me my stomach the most and made me sick at my stomach watching those videos, was when
Damn, breaking up.
they were testing sunburn cream
Oh shit,
and they tied a
I
whole
saw
bunch
that
of
one.
them down and rubbed the sun cream and then hit them with a flamethrower. That is when I was I can't do that. That all the people getting their throat slit and all that crazy stuff, people blown up, didn't bother me. But those pigs getting let down and flamethrowed, man, that fucked me up. That actually gave
Yeah,
me nightmares and disturbed me.
it's a bunch of images that's still etched in my brain from that. So I don't recommend nobody even watching that shit because I fucking wish I never watched it. It was one of the ones
Hey,
where the
Pat, you shouldn't be scared of me. Chaka used to fucking sit down and rent these fucking films from Hollywood Video and Blockbuster, and I
I
used to have to
love
watch
horror.
this shit.
Still to this day, I really like horror, but it has to be not real for me to enjoy it. You know what I mean? I know it's not real. I know it's a movie. I can
I'll
enjoy
tell
it
you,
when it.
because of those movies, when I'm running my games and I'm describing to people cuts and stabs and horror elements and things like that, because I've seen those, I communicate. I help them see that kind of stuff in their head, and it creeps them out. And they love the way I
Yeah,
run the game that way.
yeah, yeah. Well, like I say, I saw one scene where it was the dude. He was like a magician, and he was trying to get out of the machine, and he broke the little latch or whatever that he was supposed to use to get up and shit. And the fucking thing fell on his head, and you could see the moment where he was alive and the moment where he wasn't. Like he died instantly. He looked like a mannequin, and it's like that image is fucked up in my brain, bro. I've seen a bunch of shit like that I probably shouldn't have never seen.
When I was a kid, I don't even know if I was a teenager yet. I saw Faces of Death. Probably some other stuff that would not have chosen to watch on my own, but I saw it, and a lot of those things still kind of affect me to today. So like I don't choose to see stuff like that. If I end up seeing something, okay, it must have been meant because I'm not choosing to go. Like I don't even watch like you know what they call horror movies like what's that it and all these things that's got that kind of tone. Nah, just give me some comedy.
I love that stuff, bro. Like Stephen King, I like to read it, and it gets in your head, so it's way even more intense than watching a movie. Let me read Elliot's comments. He says utopia doesn't exist in this realm. He says my grandma still believes the story is true. Which story? And he says monk burnt on fire. Wait, They Live clip. Yeah, we talked about They Live. We all have lived many lives.
Yeah.
Let me go back to crucifix. Crucifixion, the putting to death of Christ on the hill of Calvary, early 15th century, from Latin crucifixionum, noun of action, from past participle stem,
Now
killed by
that's
crucifixion,
that's weird to me
fastened to
because
cross. Go ahead.
it says what the 1500s.
Yeah, early
I
15th
mean,
century. That's what it
well,
says.
yeah. So I mean, that's in the 1400s. Okay, so he would that would I mean, wouldn't that definition exist much earlier than that?
Well, remember the crucifix itself was only 12th century, was it? So, and crucifixion is actually more a verb than a noun, kind of like nowadays, Enron isn't more of a verb. They Enroned that company.
Yeah.
At least us here in Houston, we know of it as a verb. But
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean,
to me, it just kind of tells a story of a story, because I mean, I already don't believe that a lot of this stuff actually existed in the way that they said and when they said. But I guess maybe there is some stories that could be relative, in some fashion. But by them giving the word crucifixion being at the beginning of, or in the realm of the 1400s, the 15th century, just tells me that if Jesus, went through this 2,000 years ago, they waited 500 years to give a description to what happened to him. I
Smells
mean,
fishy.
well, and that would actually still be, the 1500s. No, that would have been 1500 years
yeah.
later.
Remember too, though, if you'll notice what it was saying, it actually was saying it's crucifixion in that context specifically meant the crucifixion of Christ on the hill of
Yeah.
Calvary, excuse me.
Yeah.
So it actually should be a capital C in that particular context, according to our modern language.
Yes, because it's for a specific event, like specific.
Exactly. And so that I can understand how that word didn't come about in that form until the 15th century, despite crucifix is 300 years older.
That's a
At
good comment.
at this point, or at that point, the 300 years was that
Well,
at this.
all we can do is extrapolate the data from what we know now.
Yeah.
So, that's why we get so much off.
Yeah.
So, we said they had crucifix in the 12th century being the cross that they put Jesus on, while crucifixion was putting Jesus on the cross on the hill at Calvary. It was more specific. So that should be the crucifixion or capital C crucifixion taken from the original crucifix, blah, blah, et, the Latin cruci, blah, 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 blah.
I mean, that would be some real. I mean, for them to decide that this is a punishment only fit for this person. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, 'cause if it was
And
something
give it
that
a whole name.
Well, the
yeah,
thing is, if you really, really look into it, it was a chosen punishment for him. They pushed the council of leaders, the Jewish council, pushed for it under sedition because he was killed that way because of sedition, not necessarily because he was blah blah blah. It was argued that he claimed himself to be the future King of Kings, not now, not in this time frame, but in the future. So they're like, oh, well, he's claiming to be a king. That means he's challenging your power. So you have to do this to him. He's like, whatever, dude. Do whatever you want to him. I wash my hands of the affair.
Yeah, that's how the story goes. Let me read. It's cross. It says Old English cross, instrument of Christ's crucifixion, symbol of Christianity, probably from Old Norse or another Scandinavian source, picked up by the Norse from Old Irish cross, from Latin crux, accrutive crucem, genitive crucis, stake cross, on which criminals were impaled or hanged, originally a tall, round pole, hence figuratively torture, trouble, misery. See crux, also from Latin crux or Italian croce or croce, French cruel, Spanish and Portuguese cruz, and Dutch cruis, German cruise. So that's kind of interesting, right?
A crux.
Yeah, like criminals were impaled or hanged, originally a tall round pole, torture, trouble, misery. And we carry that around our neck. It says the modern word in the Northern England form and has predominated Middle English also had two other forms of the same word, arriving from the continent of different paths. Cruce. Go
Because I
ahead.
mean, for me, it just I mean, regardless what it represents, I mean, I guess people can make up their own idea of what it represents to them, but overall, to me, it's murder or some form of death that like I said, you're hanging it around your neck, and you know, as some symbolic gesture or even just out of cluelessness, you know, I don't get it. I don't.
It's like those X's that they put on the cartoons' eyes when they die in the old cartoons. I want to read a little bit more. It says later, especially in southern England, the form cruce cross from Old French was the common one. The older form of crusade. The Old English word was rude. It says
No,
by c. 1200 as ornamental likeness of the cross, something resembling or in the form of a cross, sign of the cross made with the right hand with fingers, small cross with a human figure attached, a crucifix, late 14th century, outdoor structure or monument in the form of a cross, also late 14th century, as a cross formed by two lines drawn or cut on a surface, two lines intersecting a right angle, the shape of the cross without regard to religious signification, from late 12th century as a surname. One more. It says from 1200th century in English, the figurative sense, the burden of a Christian, any suffering voluntarily borne for Christ's sake, a trial or affliction, penance in Christ's name, from Matthew. Theological sense, crucifixion and death of Christ as a necessary part of his mission. So that's the part where people say they carry the cross. It's the burden of Christ. Any kind of voluntary suffering or affliction or penance. Oh, wait, one more. It says, as a mixing of breeds in the production of animals from 1760, hence broadly, a mixture of the characteristics of two different things, 1796, and pugilism, 1906, from the motion of blow, crossing over the opponent's lead. What are they talking about? As accidental contact of two wires belonging to two different circuits. I don't know what they're talking about with that. Mixing breed production of animals. Why did they go there? It just made my mind go all over the place because I don't know what the hell they're talking about. What y'all think about that? So I'm like thinking sacrifice, rosary beads, tradition, clergy, ritual, pagan, cult. Which one of them you want to go into?
I don't know. I actually went to a crusade when you brought up that word crusade, and it's
Okay, go ahead.
military expedition under the banner of the cross. 1706, a respelling or replacement of crusade, crochet. I guess crochet, from French cro. I don't know. There's a couple different ones. I'm not really sure how. Spanish cruzada, both from medieval Latin cruciata, past participle of cruciar, to mark with a cross, from Latin crux, genitive crucis, cross, see, crux. All right. Well, the whole idea is to crusade, like a military expedition under the banner of the cross.
Yeah, but the
So
cross standing for death, because I'm coming to kill you.
yes. Of course, it's saying also further down in this thing, it says, especially in reference to the medieval expeditions undertaken by European Christians for recovery. I don't know why they would say recovery, but of the Holy Lands from Muslims. Generally, they are counted as 7 between 1095 and 1271. But some smaller efforts are omitted, and the word sometimes is extended to other religiously motivated expeditions. But so, I mean, that can be taken to a whole another discussion. But I mean, either way, like, man, this is kind of crazy. I mean, because I mean, I guess it's understood, but just to kind of dissect it a little bit, it just, to me, showing that with the idea of death, these movements would have been made. This crusade, something that we well.
That was Elliot. He dropped out and popped back in. He said, "Fill me in." We was still talking about. We ended up on crusade because for some reason crusade popped up when we was talking about crux or cross or crucifixion, and it's like crusade is like basically
An expedition, a military expedition under the banner of the crux, under of the cross, because that's really what the crux is it's the cross. It's those, but to and I guess when people go to war, so when it's military, I mean, I guess it is under death. Like, they're looking at, that's what they're gonna do, is kill. But this is.
I want to go to pagan. I put in pagan in etymology. 1400 century, perhaps mid 14th century. It says person of non-Christian or non-Jewish faith. From late Latin paganus, pagan in classical Latin, villager, rustic, civilian, non-combatant. Noun, use of adjective meaning of the country of a village. From pagus, country people, province, rural district. Originally district limited by markers. Thus related to panger, to fix, fasten, from pi root peg, to fasten, as an adjective from early 15th century.
All right, it looks like me and you are on probably the same page. I'm almost word for word for what I'm reading as well. This is, when the first thing that sticks out to me when this is, by reading this, is that even if you are, of Islamic faith, you're Muslim, you would have been considered a pagan.
It says non-Christian, non-Jewish. So everybody.
Yeah. Anybody that's outside of that understanding. But I mean, and that had to be before, because I mean, and it's saying 1400, but I mean, it's almost impossible for that to be an honest description, because Christianity at that point, from the 4th century up until today, is a combination of Christianity and paganism. So how how is that even real? Especially for them to say from the 1400s. I mean, that's 1,000 years in already of Christianity and paganism as one.
But I think that goes back to some of what Doc was saying, because I think like some of the words, because we're talking about translating in different languages. Like, when did even like English come about, right? So I don't think English was even about. When did English come about? And so like I don't know, bro. Like that's what's confusing sometimes, because
Well, what form of English? Because I mean,
right.
there's Old English, which I would say the 11th or 12th century or something like that.
These lights is fucking with me, bro. Yeah, so that's what's confusing right there is when did those words even like become word? That's where the dates would be getting fucked up.
Well, look, listen. Now they try to they came back to clean it up a little bit on the third paragraph. It says the English word was used later in a narrower sense of one not a Christian, Jew, or Muslim, as person of heathenish character or habits. By 1841, applied to modern pantheists or nature worshippers from 1908. So if you now, I'm not sure about pantheists, but the nature worshippers, that's where I would stand more so. I appreciate, nature to a higher degree than I
Yeah,
guess.
but you skipped this one because this kind of explains us. Because see, that's what they don't even know. They're guessing. So it says the religious sense often was said in 19th century to derive from the conservative rural adherence to the old gods after Christianization of Roman towns and cities. But the Latin word in this sense predates the period in church history, and it's more likely derived from the use of paganists in Roman military jargon for civilian or incompetent soldier, with Christians picked up with the military imagery of the early church, such as milites, soldier of Christ. Damn it.
That's all political.
Yeah.
I mean, that's that. It says military because see that, and they're saying this. It was, to use that term. It says the as the period of church history, and it's more likely derived from the use of paganists in Roman military jargon, which would mean civilian, an incompetent soldier, somebody who does not understand their purpose. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how they try to that's how they'll try to confuse a bunch of people going forward. They really decide to take the action on um our current state today, even though like we read, we understand where we can learn, we can we're competent people, but based on the direction that they're planning to go in, we would be considered competent because we don't understand where they're trying to go with all this. You know what I'm saying? So all that stuff is circumstantial, and it's just political. It was a political movement.
Let me read some more comments. Elliot says, season of sacrifice, anytime after the winter. English is a spell, usually Spanish origin and green language.
Any language can be or can be considered a spell. English, really the way it was derived was a simple a language that can be used, because I mean all of them come out of Latin. You know, whether it's Spanish, like pretty much every, well, all the languages actually come out of Arabic, but after that, Latin is like a, you know, a main language that everything else that we use today comes out of, whether it's, you know, the different types of Spanish, you know, whether it's German, French, or English, all of it comes, you know, is derived from Latin. So they all
I,
can be used a different way.
I have to say
But
that those are those European languages, and that's not all the languages. But that's how
well,
they teach
well,
us.
well, I'm just looking at the, you know, our current state, because I mean, yeah, no, I mean, of course, there's languages that existed that, you know, would not be considered
Not in the
like,
family at all, and
yeah,
much older.
well, yeah, no, of course. I mean, whether, you know, regardless of where you were in the world, I mean, there was communication between those groups that did not become mainstream, but Latin was one that derived from the Arabic, because like I said, Arabic, Aramaic, and all these things were somewhat you know, combination, or very, you know, of you know, they were just mainly different dialects, and that's pretty much what happened with Latin. That, you know, like I said, it came out of Arabic. So I mean, when you really go back, a lot of it really leads from one major language,
Yeah.
and like I said, you know, Latin being at the head of what we know most of the languages now, the most popular ones, shall I say.
Well,
But
I gotta call them European. Let me read this. It says the English surname Payne, etc., appears by old records to be from Latin paganus, but whether in the sense villager, rustic, or heathen is disputed. It is. It was also a common Christian name, 13th century, and was no doubt given without any thought of its meaning. That's crazy, right there, right? Like villager, rustic, or heathen, and it's a lot of people with that name, Payne.
well, I'm gonna
Basically,
say,
not noble, not skilled. Otherwise,
well,
your name would be Glover, Tanner, Smith, or something like that.
So you don't have, so you're a pain in the ass to the rest of the community. You don't know how to do shit.
no. I mean, honestly, that's probably more somebody who, you know, you became a pain
Well,
because
that's
you,
our translation of it now.
well,
A
Yeah.
1,000 years later,
but
Okay.
no,
it
I
Yeah.
mean,
had a completely different meaning. It probably was just poor back then.
you were probably somebody who
And
stood up to
poor
their
has
bullshit.
become pain. Yeah, there's poor people of pain. Yeah, we control the language. Yeah, poor people, pain. Let's give them the name pain because yeah, they're a pain in my ass
Yeah.
because they don't pay their taxes.
They're poor. Yeah, but I heard you, Pat. You saying that it could have just been the person that they didn't, against the state. The state don't like you.
Yeah,
Yeah, y'all the pains.
y'all the heel, the thorn in my heel, because you know, y'all are not just accepting these things that I'm telling you to do. You're not, you know, like, you're putting up a fight against, you know, the powerful, I guess you could say, because it's probably not even the many at that point, because a lot of people believed more in nature. You know what I'm saying? That's almost like, you know, these days people, you know, believing in modern medicine more than they do in the actual nature that even the modern medicine comes from. But
Well, also that goes back to names having power. So if we're gonna say pain means pain and stuff like that, pain in my ass, whatever, we got to say their names were taken away from them, and they were given this name, or they claimed this name. But all of that has to do with them being sent away, renamed, moved somewhere else, or whatever. because they're no longer who they are. They are now the pain,
Right.
or pianes, or piane, or whatever you want to call it, depending upon region.
Right.
Yeah, because I'm sure that's not even what they call themselves.
Right.
Or as my lady just said, or they took the name for themselves and went on because that's who they were.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Elliot says people are afraid to die for freedom for the future generations.
I agree.
No, people are afraid to die. Period. End of statement. Doesn't matter what for or anything like that. That is the fear of ending is
But
almost as bad as the fear of never having made a mark in the world. Yet so many
well,
people today think that their mark in the world is their quotes on Facebook instead of the things that they do in their community.
With real people.
yeah, and my view on that is anyone that's afraid to die is also afraid to live.
Right. They're not living. And I'm glad that Elliot made that comment, because that's kind of strikes to the heart of basically everything, because that's what no religion tells you to be afraid of death. Every religion is preparing you for death. You should be, embracing it.
Well, I mean, every religion really tells you clearly that, I mean, you're really not this flesh. You're something that could live on for eons, into other eras of time, or maybe even in different realms of life.
Simultaneously.
Yeah. So, I mean, what you've become attached to this flesh based on, because I mean, like, there's a lot of stuff that we should fight against that nobody does because of the fear of, what might happen, not even just death, but I mean imprisonment, you know what I'm saying, or whatever might come, at that moment. So I mean, it's fear, period. If we really want to call it just fear altogether, is death, because you're not living. You're worrying about something that potentially could happen or whatever. But I mean, what about the change that you could potentially make? So I don't know. Maybe I got off point a little bit, but
Nah, I think it's all good. It's funny how they went paganism, religious beliefs and practices of pagans, early 15th century. And then, hold on, it says 1540s. Then it goes to peasant. So it's like peasant and pagan go together. Peasant, rural person of inferior rank or condition, usually engaged in agricultural labor, early 15th century. Anglo-French peasant, Old French peasant, local inhabitant. Earlier peasants from Pice, country or region.
yeah, it really, this everything that we're reading right now kind of leads down how, you know, it was that political ideal was manipulated during that time.
I agree with that, because I think that because these are the leftovers. This is this is where we are now. But you can see where it came from. So
Well, see, that's why plebe is what we use now. I sent a couple of Twitch comments about that, about what is plebe in slang. It's the same as peasant, low end. Yeah, I mean, literally, when you look down on someone, it doesn't matter what you call them, peasant, score. I mean, look at all these girls today going, "Oh, he's just a scrub."
Right.
That's peasant. That's plebe. You're looking down on them because of their place and things like that. That's classist. That's elitist, and
But
that's
if
looking at your $200 nails while you're saying your man doesn't pay enough child support. I mean, what the hell?
Yeah, and if you were not connected with one of
Just
those
joking.
approved organizations, whether it's
Right.
Christian, Jew, or Muslim, if you weren't a part of one of those and you had your own autonomy,
You're a heathen,
yeah,
pagan, you devil worshiping.
in a nutshell.
This is a pretty cool little thing. It kind of went the way it went in my mind. I like this.
You are either a Christian, excuse me, in Rome, it was you are either a Roman or a barbarian. If you are not one of Rome, you are a barbarian.
Right.
But guess who? But
Later, that translated to if you are not a Christian, you are,
who would
or excuse
have?
me, if you are not one of the Abrahamic religions, you are a heathen.
I like that, Doc, because the barbarians, and then that's just like the Pains where we're talking about. The
That's why.
barbarians wasn't nobody. They just
Yes, they were.
Well, later on, that's what I'm saying. That's my point. It's like what he said. Maybe they
The
take on.
barbarians are the Celts. They're the Vikings. They're the Nordics, the Germanics, the Druids.
They were all mixed up. It was a whole bunch of different people. It wasn't no.
And a lot of them spawned from the other.
Well,
because like the barbarians, the Berbers.
Okay, barbarians were anything that was not a citizen of Rome or part of Rome.
Exactly. So that's
'Cause
everybody.
They were not civilized. They were barbarians. We are going to go into the barbarian lands and bring civilization to them.
Yeah. So, but they wasn't really that's the state.
Look at
creating
who the Berbers were when you get
group.
a chance.
That's the state creating a group. They're all barbarians. These are people from all different regions and shit. They might work together. They might be fighting against each other. They all different peoples. So then they created that. So then it's like later on they was like the barbarians. So maybe like what he was saying earlier about the Pains. Maybe these people just like, okay, they keep calling us barbarians. Fuck it, we the barbarians.
Well, but that's one of the things that we got to remember about history is that it wasn't a conjunction of ideas from the winner and the loser, or it was all the winners. So whoever or who held the power afterwards. So that's who named them. The barbarians were actually Berbers. They were, those were Moors that got, that went through a war with Europeans when they were trying to recover some land that they had or take over power that they had once before, which was Europe. If that's one of the things that people don't really realize is that those islands, those broken up pieces that's above Africa, was all a part of Africa. Regardless of how you look at it, I mean, just look at a map. An honest map will show you.
I popped a quick definition of Berbers up on Twitch.
On Twitch, I think I can pull up. I
Just
can't.
check comments on the StreamYard.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's better. It says Berbers, Imzigsan. Damn it, I can't say that. Singular Amsik are an ethnic group indigenous to Northwest Africa, speaking the Berber language of the Afro-Asiatic family. Originally, Berber was a generic name given to numerous heterogeneous ethnic groups by the Romans that shared similar culture, political, and economic practices. We're all saying the same thing because that's what I've said. There was really all different group. I mean, they gave them a name, but this is still all the same what we're saying because they gave them this name. It says
I was just trying to add a little context to it because the barbarians, what the Europeans called barbarians, were these people, the Berbers.
Yeah,
that's all I was. So I mean, you were going down the right road. I was just trying to add.
Yeah, but you know what? It was also the Vikings, the Druids, the Celts.
But those were the same people.
Yeah, they're well. That's north. You're talking south of what we're talking the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Berbers were what they named them after. The name barbarian comes from the Berber.
Yes.
I'm
Well, the
yeah.
barbarian came after the now
Well,
from
that's what
my
I'm saying. The
understanding.
word barbarian came from Berber.
Yeah.
I
Yes,
mean,
yes,
obviously, just the very fact that the way it rolls off your tongue,
Yeah.
it
yeah.
would make it into so many cultures. Berber, Berber,
Because
Berber,
they
and
was gangster.
well,
They
I'm a redneck man. Barbarian, yeah,
Yeah, that I was just
barbarian.
about to say perfect, Doc, because that's what they be doing. It's like engine. That's the same shit they be doing. Some engines.
Well, remember the
Berber. It's the
the
Berber.
ninja word came from the manifests saying they came from the port of Niger, right?
Yeah.
So it got stretched and it got well. They're from Niger, therefore the rednecks stretched it out to their the word I can't see because I'm smart enough.
well,
Maybe in
that's
conversation amongst us, but I'm hell no, I'm not putting it on the internet.
but no, there was I mean other things that I mean because Nagas, was I believe the original word, and the Niger, that's actually probably more of a European ideal than it was from those actual people over there. Because I mean, if you look up the triangulate nigger, which is a thing, triangulate that was a monkey, which they tried to put on the dark race, the darker races, but I mean that's not even true. But
I think we're getting
either
off track.
we might be, but well, I mean, I'm just saying based on the terminology that came
Spin
up.
links.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I would love to see links on that. I'm not doubting, I'm not saying that's even new information. I have actually heard it, but not in the modern era after computers. If you understand, that okay. I did a lot of research when I was young and looked into stuff because I had a whole lot of old people telling me this is the way life is, this is the way life is, and well, I had already had enough experience because I had been moving around every 6 months because my dad was Air Force. That no, this is not the way life works here and here and here. That doesn't make sense what you're saying.
Yeah.
It doesn't click yet.
Yeah.
So I did a lot of research. So most of I talk about some stuff, and a lot of it comes from the days before the internet. Back when I literally read the entire 30 books of the encyclopedia just because I wanted to know more, and I could hide in the library to stop from getting my ass kicked because I moved everywhere for 6 months in the next 6 months.
Just
Plus,
put your head in
no
the book.
matter where I moved, if I was in volume 10 of the encyclopedia, I would move 6 months later and they would have volume 11 where I moved to.
Worked
So,
out.
yeah.
now that's hey, that's crazy.
Let me read this. Cult, 1610s, worship homage, a sense now obsolete, 1670s, a particular form or system of worship from French cult, from Latin cultus, care, labor, cultivation, culture, worship, reverence, originally tended, cultivated, past participle of colere, to till. The word was rare after 17th century, but it was revived mid 19th century, sometimes in French form culte, with reference to ancient or primitive systems of religious belief and worship, especially the rites and ceremonies employed in such worship. Extended meaning, devoted attention to a particular person or thing, is from 1829.
Hmm. And that's I guess the first thought that comes to my mind is how they try to these days talk down about cults, but every religion began as a cult, and it was just developing culture. It's pretty much bringing together ideals that is relative to those people, which became their culture. But it was like just the root of it is a cult.
And it just sounds like a bad word now. And it
Yeah.
says cult, an organized group of people, religious or not, with whom you disagree.
Huh?
That's Hugh Rawson, Wicked Words, 1993. So that was a clip. Must
In
have been
which you
from.
disagree. I don't know, that sounds like kind of contradicting. Groups of people come together. So as long as you disagree with them, they're a cult. Is that what
Yeah,
he's saying?
that's what he's saying. So that makes sense though, because that's where the term makes sense actually. Because when people say cult in the negative term, that's how they mean it. They mean a group of people I don't agree with. They're a cult.
Well, no, I think that's more common. More like common era. Like I don't think that
Now I'm
the whole
saying
idea.
present day, yeah.
Yeah, present day, yeah, that's probably 100% the definition of it, or at least how people see it. But a cult, like like I said, when you really break it down, you go into the etymology. Cult is just the root word of culture, or bringing things together, like cultivating, or like all the words that start with cult. Just look at it and see what that means. You know, that means bringing some things together. So it's not necessarily about, like I said, just a religion or how you believe in it. It's people coming together, or even if it's ideas, or um, let's say you bring in soil, and because for cultivation, you will be like bringing seeds and soil and fertilizer and all these things together. That's cultivating something to grow.
Yeah. Let me read this one. It says, cult is a term which, as we value exactness, we can ill do without, seeing how completely religion has lost its original signification. Signification. Why do you say it like that? Fitz. Damn it, I can't say this dude's name. I'm getting tired. Fitzedward Hall, Martin English, 1873. So he must have been a clip from something to do wrote. Cult and cool. Nudism. Yeah, man, I'm getting tired. I ain't gonna lie. Because I've been reading a lot. And when I started the show, I didn't have my glasses on, so my eyes are tired. It's a damn light. Tradition or ritual. One of those. I'm gonna get tired looking at this. Oh, there's another segue I have. Let me play this. Because I was gonna play this earlier and I stopped on this. And I'm gonna read Elliot's comment too. Bow, bow, bow. Can't press the button too fast or it's gonna freeze up. Okay. Elliot says left, right, up, or down. You follow the middle path. That's interesting.
Well, that's the only way to stay balanced.
Gotta find the balance. I'd agree too. But that's a hard road too, though, because there ain't no path that laid for you in that direction. You have to make your own way. Ain't no road there. You gotta build it as you go.
Tell me about it.
Let me play this.
Feiner says a civil war is needed to wipe them off the expletive map. That'll put them back about 4 or 5 generations. Later, during a phone call with Piner, Moore refers to a woman he arrested as the N-word and says she needed a bullet in her head right then. Donnie Williams is the department's new police chief. He fired the officers on his first day.
When you talk about killing people and generations of people, that is disturbing.
According to investigators, the officers blame their comments on the stress of today's climate in law enforcement. CBS News has reached out to the police union and the three officers for comment. So far, they haven't responded. Jeff Begay, CBS News, Washington.
And that guy sounded like he was out of breath. He needed a glass of water or something. Give that guy a glass of water, please. Somebody.
I know he was struggling.
God forgive me, because they no
Three
telling what it
Wilmington,
was.
North Carolina police officers have been fired after a routine audit of a patrol car camera uncovered what authorities describe as extremely racist comments toward African Americans. Here's CBS's Jeff Begay.
An internal probe by the Wilmington Police Department reveals hate-filled conversations with three veteran officers. Officer Kevin Piner is heard telling Corporal Jesse Moore that the protest would soon lead to a civil war and that he is ready. He goes on to tell Moore that he was going to buy a new assault rifle and soon we are just going to go out and start slaughtering them expletive
I'm sorry to
N-words.
laugh. It's that dude's
Piner
voice.
says a civil war is needed to wipe them off the expletive map. That'll put them back about 4 or 5 generations. Later, during a phone call with Piner, Moore refers to a woman he arrested as the N-word and says she needed a bullet in her head right then. Donnie.
I can't hear that dude's voice no more. I'm sorry, that dude is killing me.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. For me, it's not. I mean, I hear through all of that. So I mean, it's not truly a laughing matter for me.
It's not funny, but his voice was killing me. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I mean, I guess me and my political ideology is, I mean, a lot of things are proven to be fueled by our government. The whole, like all these things, because I mean, if they can, within a few weeks of like Asians getting pushed around after coronavirus stuff, and it wasn't even black people did it, but it was mainly to be a bill against black people for the majority, but they come up with these bills for other people. They come up with money for other people, for whatever things that might be happening to them in their country or on the other side of the world. It just shows how the United States government is so, like a part of this whole idea of hurting black people, because they don't want to come up with, write a bill that protects us in situations like that. Anti-black, crime bills. It just shows that how much they are a part of trying to make us as a demise, like to bring us to a demise. Because I mean, they know totally, like
Part of
they'll probably never get rid of us
the
as a
hate
people. But
crime bill.
what's that?
Yeah, you was breaking up.
Oh, I was breaking up?
No, that was Doc. Doc was breaking up.
Okay.
What'd you say? Crime bill, Doc?
Dude, it's part of the hate crime bill. You gotta understand, we're a fight to happen between us. If I said ninja once, it becomes a federal felony hate crime. You can call me any cracker, white boy, all kinds of whatever redneck things like that as you're kicking the shit out of me. And it was just an assault.
Well, that's not true, because I mean, one way or another, regardless if I called you any names or not, somebody's coming to your defense. I mean, there's black people that get killed all the time. They just had people get killed in Buffalo, and this guy that did the murders is gonna only get charged with one murder. He's already got protections for him just because he's white. So I mean, that's the problem with that is that okay, for us, regardless of what we do, we get, we're looked at as the some kind of demon or something like so fearful that everybody's got to come to make sure something happens to us, to black people. And
I don't know. I haven't seen. I've been out of the news because they are distracting from the Buffalo killer the best way they can using the 5 new shootings that have happened, which is really strange because there's been 800 shootings since the beginning of the year, but all of a sudden now every single one of them is getting televised.
Right.
Remember, I said this 2-3 months ago that they were going to do something, probably guns, probably kids dying, to distract from how bad the president, the Democratic Party, is just getting their asses kicked everywhere or just being dumb.
Well, it's definitely politics because it's a political, season coming around, and you have both factions, all different factions use these kinds
No,
of events.
we're a couple of months before the big spin happens. We still have. You got to realize that's what August, September, November, right? So we've got we're in July, August, September, October before the votes happen. We got 4 more months
For
of
them to
them steering the narrative back and forth between all of these freaking tragedies.
and something bigger, a bigger event. So, but what I was gonna say,
Right now, it's gun control. We're going to keep seeing this for 2 or 3 more weeks until something else flips.
That's what I was gonna say. The thing that stood up to me from that video was the part where the guy was talking about Civil War. So, and like people aren't talking about that out loud, but it's wrong. It's a little. There's something there with that.
well, I think that's like for these white supremacist groups, that's what they're going to try to run it on, so that they can hide their true feelings about, saying it's a civilian, like a civil war. But it's more so a lot of these people have hatred toward, the fact that okay, their numbers are getting less.
No. Misinterpretation.
The Civil War, I think.
This is not a civil war. This is not a civil war. A civil war is hardcore boundaries, states on states, lines on lines. This is a cultural war. This is an ideological war. This is the fifth generation warfare that I've been talking about since I started.
But
it sounds like we're agreeing, because I said this is something that is actually, they're using that as a proxy, saying it's a civil war. It's not really that.
It's a cultural war. It's a left versus right hardcore ideology, and they're going so hard on both sides. They're trying to make a division to where everyone crosses a line. And the thing is, 60% of the people, or I'm not even going to say that, 80% of the people fall into the middle lines. It's the fringe 10 and the fringe 10. They're all, oh, I feel cute today, so I'm a girl. Oh, well, people of color don't need to be in this country. I mean,
yeah, but my argument is that's a powder keg. Y'all don't think that can't turn into a hot war? A physical line, states against states, people shooting at each other war?
2020, it did turn into a physical war. No one wants to freaking admit it. And the bad thing is, it was the Marxists and the communists that ended up running that. And that's why it's so much of a hard line right now.
Somebody's snoring.
That's Deuce doing something. He not snoring, but he doing whatever he doing. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I think you're right about that, Doc. So, but then you could say that we're already at, because even when you're at war, it don't be battles all the time.
We've been in war for years already. I mean, shoot. It depends, and it depends on how, like, because at least the last 10, there's been like a heightened, you know, tension between, not really, I mean, because I hate to say races, because it's only one race, and of course I can't involve each person of the race in it. I don't want it to seem like that, but there is a certain section of, if you want to call it the white race, that has a problem with black people getting
But
smarter and stronger and the ability to be able to run this country, in which they just, like, they came in to fight and take it from us, and they didn't want, so that, like, that would mean them losing if we get it back.
Well, see, here's my argument that I get called a fucking white supremacist and all that bullshit for. I shouldn't say that, but is that we have developed a society and a country that does promotes based on merit, your knowledge, your ability. So if black people, people of color, whatever, are becoming more able and more capable, and they are standing up and above and rising above, which we all know they've got to rise at least 30% to 100% more just to fucking shine, not knocking it, just saying that's the way society is. I'm agreeing with you on that.
Well,
Then
I
what
mean,
is wrong with it? That is what I promote and think.
well, I mean,
Yeah,
I don't think that black
best
people have never.
qualified. I don't care where your background or race is from. If you are good for the job and make those decisions that we need made and can help everybody, then that's what we need.
Well, see, the thing about it is that I think some people really know that if we are in power, we will give more of balance to the entire world,
No,
entire world.
they're
Like,
afraid of
it'll be fair, like,
they're
as far
afraid of
as,
equity over equality.
yes, because
And the
they're able
whole
to
argument
manipulate.
of reparations is why they're afraid of that. They're afraid that, oh, well, we're in power now, so we're going to give more power to black people because they're black people. Equity,
Yeah,
not
but
equality. We're going to keep making the people that are doing the best and doing in the forefront of it doing more. That's
but do you
equality.
But do you know why there's a real argument for reparations? Because, I mean, even
Yeah, I know a lot of
well,
them, and I agree with a
no, no, no,
couple,
no, no. Well, what I'm saying
but
is
not
the reason why black people
in
are
the way
even
they.
saying, look, the reason why black people are even asking for reparations is because there is no fairness. If there was more fairness around the board where we could exist, we would work our way through a lot of it. But in most cases, you've come up with some, we come up with some plan that helps us on our own. They'll find a way to deter it, or to, throw a monkey wrench in it, so that we got to keep starting over. So it's like, okay, well, look, if y'all don't want to live fair, at least give us something to where we can, you know, at least be able to survive. Because otherwise, but reparations is being pushed so hard at this point because there's no system of fairness. If everything had been, everything were
See,
bygones were bygones
reparations
from.
isn't fair either.
Oh, it most definitely is fair.
To
I
who?
mean, it would be, well,
What
I
about the
mean,
people that don't have anything to do with the whole situation?
It doesn't
I mean,
matter.
are you
I mean,
talking companies? Are you talking this? You're
well, it's
saying,
been
see, here's the thing. Reparations is a general statement.
for some people for a very
Specifically, it needs to be done because, no
for
offense, I'm
for
one of
for
those guys that I actually have debtor
what
slaves, or what is the word? What is the proper debtors? Whatever in my history, I've got another person that was, you know, captured and forced to have children by American Indians in the 1600s.
well, I mean, I don't think it's going to be fair for everybody because I mean, no, everybody's not pushing that
Well,
hatred.
yeah, 1900s. I'm sorry, that was way fucking wrong.
Huh? Well, I'm just saying, like, I mean, everybody's not pushing the hatred and trying to keep black people down. So for them, no, it wouldn't be fair. I mean, and to others who are pushing that, I mean, they're not gonna like it just because the fact that, that's something that they're totally against is us having level footing. So I mean, no, I mean, I guess to some extent,
No, I
based
want
on
level
based
footing.
on based on
I
perspective,
hate
no, it wouldn't be fair.
competition, but I want level footing.
But I mean, is it not true that black people had a significant role in the growth that the America has today that they can't enjoy, and totally like I mean, very small percentage is can truly say that they you know
Like maybe the Irish and the Chinese and the Germans.
what's that?
Like the Irish and the Chinese and the Germans. Now, I'm not talking about chattel slavery and stuff like that, but I'm talking about a large group of particularly racial people doing large and massive things for the economy and the production and future of America.
Well,
Being farming, railroad, bridge building, and
yeah,
stuff
which
like
most
that.
which pretty much all of the foreigners that came here and did
Again,
any of that work got
not denying anyone or any race
but
anything of their crops at all.
but but the thing about it is that everybody else was compensated. Everyone else that came here and did any work was compensated. And even in the time when
Okay.
slavery was supposedly over, and we were supposed to have what was considered fair labor laws, or it wasn't even real fair labor laws, but we went through a period what we call
We're
the
figuring it
black
out.
that they had the black codes, like they kept implementing things through the US government to hinder us from growth. So you don't think that, I mean, because the people, it's not necessarily the people that I live next door to and this and
But
the other
see,
that old, but it's the United States government that is supposed to be a fair system, that's supposed to
there,
be the mediator between all of us, that has done things to purposely go against us as a people.
well, fair enough, and I get that. But then we're starting to talk about who owes, who deserves to be compensated,
Who?
how, and why.
Wait a minute, who did you say? It
Yes,
sounded like you said the boule.
no, I said who
Oh, who?
deserves to be compensated exactly, why, and what form should that compensation take other than free shit.
Well, there's probably multiple groups who deserve to get some form of reparations from the United States,
Oh,
because
understood.
but I think the first people that should be compensated is the what we are calling foundational Black Americans, the indigenous people that was here, the people who went through genocide and denationalization, right here on this land, calling us black, colored, African American, all these other things to denationalize us from who we really were, or who we are for this land. there's a lot of different things, as far as unfairness with, with rates of what they would pay us compared to what they would pay others for the same work um, during slavery. Because I mean, most people got paid nothing, while others had contracts that, they at least were promised something after a few years.
Yes,
Other, you,
fair enough. My ancestors were contracted. However, the woman also defaulted on contract, and her sons were sold into further debt.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people that came over, they were already in debt by the British or some European force that they came here, but
I'm
they,
of
they
Scottish Irish background.
I understand. My great grandfather was also he was Irish, so I'm not really sure his full story, but I know when he came, it was kind of that idea. He married my great grandmother because she had the riches. She was the one who had the land, and that was passed down to her by her parents and all, and he helped her
Wow. So
cultivate.
was that the white boy marrying up for a difference?
Was that?
Was that the white boy marrying up for a change?
I guess so. I guess so, because I mean, he was,
Thank you for
but but
taking that
but
for
but
humor.
yeah, but at the same time, I mean, just kind of give some true, you know, history. He was considered black when he was here. Because we're looking at political status, not skin color, and that's
Hey,
one
in
one of
my
the things.
lifetime, it made it white people were Irish American. At Irish American, Italian American, German American. It made a difference. And then somewhere after the 80s and the 90s, somewhere in the 2000s, it became white people,
No,
and then
honestly,
black people,
honestly,
and then
honestly,
and
that
then in
happened
the
in the
last
early
few years,
1900s.
it's become people of color
Well, and
instead
that's
of black
but
and
but
things like
see,
that.
but what a lot of people don't realize, that's what they're using to try to undermine black people, because they keep bringing people, more and more people, into us one group that makes us a nothing. It doesn't. We're not significant anymore. So I mean, they're they're currently still doing things right now today that pushes people who have been here the entire time, who has fought in all of the wars, who has built the economy of this country, who has stabilized and helped make this country something for foreigners to look to and want to be at for centuries, for decades for sure. Like, they have no significance, and this is something that's purposely propagated against them even to this day. So I mean, I think there should be some fairness for what we consider black people, or the original people of America, to be able to have some kind of protections. And money would be a great deal, but like, even with just the idea, being able to have the protections that foreigners get, would be at least showing some form of respect, that okay, you know what, this is some craziness going on. Anybody that tries to hurt these people are going to get dealt with in a different way than just a basic crime. So I mean, that's some easy stuff, because regardless of what is going on, like, just asking for justice in this country seems to be like a problem for the average person. Is like, we're always whining and crying about stuff, but we're
Dude,
we got a bunch of my
there
family.
is no justice in America except for people that can afford it, and we all
What's
know that.
Say that again?
There is no justice in America except for people that can afford that, and we all know that.
I'm not sure about that. I mean, well, I mean, because, and it also depends on what you consider justice. Because, I mean, we just looked at the Kyle Rittenhouse case that just went by, and he got $1 million worth of law services straight from the judge. The judge was, helping him with his case from the bench. So, I mean, will that ever happen for a black person? Never.
Well, racial or not on the Rittenhouse,
I mean, they
I
omitted they omitted certain things. They wouldn't even allow them to talk about the people that got killed by him to be recognized as a victim. Like, I mean, these people that are dead, like the judge, they like it would like it's so crazy on how they handle these cases for people that specifically, you know, helps them, helps out some, but justice would be for any and everybody to be able to get that kind of treatment. But that doesn't happen.
well, that's like the high profile media thing. We spent the last 2 months or a month distracted by Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. And what about the Epstein case? Why didn't they allow cameras in there? Why
No, I mean,
weren't if you're gonna do
what
this,
what case are you
it needs
talking
to be
about?
done. Epstein, not Epstein, but Giselle, Epstein's wife.
Yeah, no, yeah, just letting you know.
They, yeah, they
But
hid all of the stuff about it,
but
and
why? But
and
but but
only let
but
little
that
bit
case.
tell.
But that case was not about her. That case was about them. The people, they were protecting themselves, is why there's no cameras allowed. Like,
Absolutely.
I and I understand that, but look at but who's getting protected? Was it black people being protected? No, because I mean
The
this whole
rich,
come.
it was no, it was the rich white people,
Yeah,
specifically a whole lot of people
but
in the
but
current
you but
party in power.
but the whole point of the point of the matter is, when it comes to some people, there's all kind of exceptions made. But when it comes to us, it's not. It's the harshness of punishment that they can think of.
That's why I'm saying justice is for those that can afford it.
Well, and
Okay, okay. I have a question, or I've got a simple statement. You may or may not like it.
you know what? You're 1,000% right.
Punishable by fine means legal if you can afford it.
Doc, everything you're saying is right. But my argument is that, who's gonna stand up and make a difference? I mean, because, like, I consider you an ally, but
The
I don't I,
conversation needs to
I
get
don't have
bigger than
I
us.
don't have 10,000 of you to speak up for me, or people like me. I don't have a 10. I don't have 1,000. I don't have 10 of you that I can speak this. Maybe I might be going too far. I might have 10 of you, but when it comes to 1,000 or 10,000, a million, what it's going to take in order to make the difference, I don't have that.
Give us time.
Yeah.
We went through the 80s. 80s and 90s. Shit was pretty fucking cool, man. And then
I
all
know.
of a sudden, you know what happened? It was
Yeah.
fucking 95. It was when the when the Republican Party went mad dog after Clinton because he got a blowjob in the White House.
Wait a minute, you said the 90s, not the
Yeah,
80s. Yeah. Okay, this was in the 90s. Yeah.
the Monica Bluclinsky scandal.
Hmm. Yeah.
Everyone that divided the party. If you go back and look at bipartisan bills and cooperation, it was all good up until Starr spent $40 million of our Social Security money to prove that Bill Clinton got a blowjob in the White House and nobody gave a damn.
I know I didn't give a shit. I was like, shit, he should get more of them.
No, I'm glad that the man that had his finger on the nuclear button was relaxed, because Hillary wasn't doing nothing.
No.
Oh well, yeah. My girl says, and why would he want her to?
Exactly. I mean,
I mean,
but she was. I've seen
that
pictures of
was
her when she
not.
was younger. Maybe when she was younger, you might want to look down and see
Oh,
see her down
I've
there.
seen the pictures. Oh, not bad. But
Yeah.
ultimately, it comes to he spent $40 million out of our Social Security to prove that the man got a blowjob in the White House
Mm-hmm.
and a little cigar smoking flavor thing going on. But
But nobody said
and
anything
it
in the
doesn't
'60s.
matter.
Nobody
That
said
was
anything in the
between that
'60s.
man and that woman. That had
It's
nothing to do with the country.
exactly, and like I mean, it was like a talked about like a people were proud of JFK when they knew that he was, you know, he had what's her name in the what's
But
Marilyn
he
Monroe.
was, but he was
Monroe,
single.
yeah, when he had her in there, like
But he was
nobody
single.
cared. And to me, it's like, okay, if you run this country, there's certain privileges that should come with it. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah. Here's where
the
slippery
lady
slope is coming.
and even the and even the lady of the house should
No
understand
pun
that.
intended.
Talking about
I
I'm the
I
president. I'm
just
supposed to be able to get head in the Oval Office. What you talking about?
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that the first lady should understand that too. Like, look, you got things that's going on. Look, I had a few minutes. You know what I'm saying? Look, you interrupted my flow. What you doing?
That's why Elliot was calling you a player earlier.
It's for the confidence of the free
No,
world.
but it's not being a player, bro. Like this is say, bro, man.
I'm
There's
not a
certain
player. I just
things.
crush a lot.
I don't even crush a lot, bro. If I let you into my circle, you better feel special. But however, um, just the idea of like shit. Even my ex-wife, she's like, what? Why are people tripping on that? You know what I'm saying? Like he's the president. Like
Dude,
what else is supposed to happen?
that was between the three of them, not the fucking country. The only argument I heard about it was, as commander in chief, he is under military law. And by military law, cheating is illegal.
But bro, like
That
and
is the
see,
only argument
but the
that
only person
even
that
came close. And that's bullshit, because he is a civilian. Because because he is in command. He is a civilian in control of the military. He is technically not part of the military. Therefore, he is not bound by military law.
yes, but my thing is when it comes to something like that, the only person that should be saying that really has the right to say anything is his wife. Everybody else just needs to shut the hell up and move on about their
Yeah.
business.
And she was too busy with her girl to worry about what he was doing.
I was about
Like,
to say.
because I'm like this. I mean, okay, she should always get the first opportunity if she wants it. But other than that, I mean, when it comes to like, look, this is something that needs to happen. You ain't got time for me, then well, I'm sorry, but you missed out on this one.
I was busy. You know, it was a long day at the office.
You know,
The Hillary probably just mad because she couldn't get to it first.
No,
You didn't see
she
anything like.
wasn't mad. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
These
I'm
guys
just
don't see
saying. Yeah,
anything like. These
They
guys
have
see.
I believe they already had an understanding. They like
yeah.
their relationship grew past
Go, go,
us,
right.
any sexual acts.
Go, go,
You know what I'm saying?
go.
Like I
I
mean,
was
she
gonna
you
say
could
I've been
like
using
even to
this.
this day they're still married and whatever they have a relationship. Like
Yeah.
that's
Yep. Let me play this because it's been on the screen forever.
I can't afford to feed my family. It makes no sense. It is disrespectful to say that, well, black people should be doing more. We have done enough.
Should we be seeing more out of black leadership when it comes to speaking out on behalf of the people of Ukraine?
Well, first of all, as a veteran, I do believe that we have responsibility to be humanitarian. At the same time, the nerve of anybody to think that black people have not done enough. We have done everything to fight for everybody, but yet we don't fight for ourselves. This bitch is so much energy.
boom, 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 boom. I mean, I look. There's nothing to be said because I mean that's the thing. I mean when you're not walking those shoes, you don't realize all of those things until somebody walks it down from from the beginning of time. What has actually taken place? The luxuries that a lot of people have today is because of us. I mean, there was some of other races that came and fought with us, but it was a small few.
Wait, somebody said cigarettes contain cat booty juice. I ain't never heard that shit.
Around here smoking cat booty juice. Walking around here like they're Puff, the magic dragon. That's why I call people who smoke dragons. That stuff is toxic. Most people don't even know that cigarettes contain civet cat absolute. Do you know what civet cat absolute is? It's cat booty juice. It's cat booty juice.
No.
It's cat booty juice. Because the civet cat is a cat. It's an animal. And they go in the rectum of the cat to get the absolute out to put it in cigarettes so ignorant human beings can smoke it. So you got human beings walking around here smoking cat booty juice. Walking around here like they're Puff, the magic
juice. Wow.
Oh man, can somebody fact check that? Oh my god.
I look. I like it just the way it is. Look,
Dude, yeah, Leah. I'm not even gonna look that up, man. We're just gonna that's pop culture, man. Cat booty juice.
We just gonna go with it. We just
Dude.
gonna go with it.
I'm going with it. I don't care what you find. I don't care what you find, Doc. You smoking cat booty juice.
Catch that cat booty juice in a sound clip and work it into one of your songs, Chaka. Just do it. You gotta.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you do need that, Chaka. You do need like some of them little sound bites where you I don't know you know how Kevin Samuels had those little sayings that would he would hit the button on. Yeah, you need some of that. And cat booty juice
I'd have
would be
to
a
create
good
my
one.
own bank. They give you a little bank, but they're all shitty sounds. I've played with them before.
Yeah, man. You say, bro, you the producer, bro. You supposed to.
Yeah, I'd have to create the whole thing. It'd be a
Do you
pain in
need
the
a
ass.
do you need a separate sampler for that?
No, it would just take a whole lot of time. Look, somebody said the additive castoreum doesn't actually use Kevit absolute. It uses beaver anal glands. So it ain't cat booty juice. It's beaver booty juice. Also, the Kivit isn't a cat.
Well, I have not a whole lot of problems about sucking on a beaver.
Okay.
So yeah, there you go. Took you guys a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I would look for a couple of seconds. I was like, what's the difference of a beaver? I was like, but I mean, hey, the beaver and the cat both they equal the same thing.
Either way,
You know what I'm saying?
This person says, when you hated chilling with your peoples because their breath smelled like cat booty juice. Oh my God, bro.
See, I know once I go to sleep and wake up again, I'm gonna forget all about the cat booty juice. But
It's gonna be a segment. I'm gonna make this into a segment because that's freaking funny. Oh man.
Okay, thank you for joining me on that strange journey there.
It's like,
Oh, damn.
and I'm finna suck on some cat booty juice right now because shit, I'm addicted to the cat booty juice. I can't get off.
See, I don't want no parts of the cat booty juice. I might want to taste some beaver, but not no cat booty juice.
Well, you know, I've started buying my own tobacco or buying tobacco in the pound shredded and getting the rolls and stuff. I literally went from spending $75 a week smoking cigarettes to $35 lasting me for 3 weeks.
Oh wow! So you cut the
And I don't
expenditure
have
in
all the
half.
chemicals, and I don't have all the chemicals and stuff because I'm using a naturally cut crimped tobacco.
So you're actually looking at about $10, $12 a week.
But then, baby, you need bigger juice.
Well, I figured buying bulk package, how much I buy versus how much it would produce. I'm paying $40 for what used to cost me $225.
Yeah, so I mean, you've definitely dropped it into a third, like a third, less than a third of what you were spending.
And because of the law of humans are naturally lazy people, I instead of smoking that certain amount every day, I've noticed I've dropped 20% off of how many cigarettes I smoke. So not only did I drop it from $225 to say $50, I dropped 20% off of the amount I use too. So, and it's natural and not full of the chemicals and stuff that you get in the everyday cigarette. While it's not good for me, it's not as bad. It costs literally 32% of the amount that I was spending before. I mean, win-win.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, you know, you trying to get to where you're not smoking at all? Because I quit. Now, even though now I do vape, but I went through my
Eventually, I'll
process.
get there.
Yeah, I've gone through the process of where I used to be at 9 milligrams of nicotine, down to 6, then to 3, and I'm at 0 now. But I'm trying to like I can't really afford it just yet, but to switch totally over to CBD vape, and that's really what my goal is, to be able to, because I mean I can't, like, nicotine has been toxic to my body, which I had to just totally get rid of. The and the CBD, they says, it's fine. Like, I can vape that and it won't be a big problem. And I noticed that I don't need to puff as much as I did before. So it's like you get to a point where I'm like, damn, I didn't vape. When was the last time I vaped? Where is my vape? So
That's good.
yeah.
How did you quit smoking for the audience? What process did you go through?
Well, the process was deciding that I wasn't gonna, I didn't want to kill myself. And I pretty much found a substitute this vaping, I use it as a substitute, which in the beginning I think was almost as bad, because I mean, like it's not the same with the carbon monoxide that you're putting into your body, but I still had the same high levels of nicotine that I was still putting into my body. Um, but I gradually, brought it down. Like periodically, I was like, all right, you know what? Um, I need to bring it down. And even though like it's something you just have to just be mindful to do. You know what I'm saying? Every couple of months, you just say, hey, all right, you know what? I've been, I'm getting too used to this as a thing. Let me start bringing it down some more. And like I said, I mean, honestly, where I got to zero, my doctor, my homeopathic doctor, she told me that how toxic my body was. Like my liver, like I got liver problems right now. Severe issues that like my diet is totally changed, you know what I'm saying, right now. So I can recover my liver before it gets to a point to where it's irreversible or I'll have to have some form of surgery. So that's one thing. And I'm gonna tell you, if y'all can, like when I went to the powwow, that was one of the things that I did when I was there was took a bioscan, and the bioscan will tell you all the things that's going on with your body and things that you can do to you know to make it better. So if you can do that, I would highly recommend it, because at least you'll have a goal to work toward to improving your health.
Oh, let's talk about health, cat butts. I just want to smoke more cigarettes now.
Oh
Deuce,
shit.
how did you quit? You used to smoke too.
Uh, man, actually, one day I was just like, man, I'm gonna start vaping. Uh, I was sitting on the balcony, which I used to do when I was at home. In the mornings, I would sit on the balcony and drink my cup of coffee and scroll and smoke my cigarettes or whatever. And man, my wife was sitting out there one morning, and she was like, I had smoked one, and then I think probably about like 10 minutes later, I lit up another one, and and then it was just one of them things, bro. Like I started noticing that I was starting to cough a lot. I was starting to get that smoker's cough every morning when I wake up to go brush my teeth. You know what I'm saying? My nose would
Well,
be freaking full of mucus, bro. I had to blow my nose, and that shit would come out all black and brownish. And
he's actually reminded me of something that I was going through in the beginning too, that made me feel like I have to do something different, which I had a horrible cough, and it was almost like I had a cold all year round, or like so, like it was horrible, bro. Like the life, like I mean, I could never turn back. Like I mean, I'm almost disgusted by cigarettes now,
yeah,
especially when I smell menthol cigarettes. But I mean, all cigarettes, period. But it's something about I had to see, and it's been progressively changing over the years, because I started out as a menthol smoker. Then I dropped the menthol and got to regular cigarettes, whether it was Marlboros or Camels or something like that, and uh, lights, went to regular light cigarettes, and then of course down to where I decided I was going to start vaping. So it was, bro, it's been a long process, bro. Like I mean, it was tough. I mean, um, it was even like, I mean, just as tough as when I tried to quit smoking marijuana. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a process. It was that, like, that's like, it was some hard shit, but it was most, the determination to change my life, and
yeah,
not be too unhealthy. Because I mean, even if I did choose to smoke marijuana again at some point, it's not gonna be to the extent that I used to smoke. Cause like, I mean, I get a shit. Especially when I used to sell pot, I have a quarter pound in my back pocket. I smoke. I had my smoke sack was a quarter pound.
Yeah, but yeah, man, it was the fact of waking up coughing, bro, and and no matter like I had smoked for like it was like no matter what I would do, like cause I always wash my face and scrub my face and stuff, with like this stuff, and even though I would wash my face and brush my teeth, what I'm saying, I would go to kiss my wife and she was like, ugh, I still smell them cigarettes, and like I'm like, you tripping. Like I just scrubbed my face and like that smell was there, bro. And then like I say, man, the developing that cough, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't as bad as what Pat was explaining, but it was a cough, and every time I would cough, I would, it would be phlegm coming up. And like I say, man, every morning, like it had got to the point to where I would have to use saline every morning. The saline for babies to clean their noses when they got a cold and stuff. I would have to use that, bro, to clean my nose because like it was mucus, like and it would just be nasty, dude. And I was like, man, I got to do something different. and yeah, so I started vaping, and of course, start vaping. Everybody's like, huh, man, why you quit smoking to go to vaping? It's the same thing essentially, and vaping is worse. Vaping is worse. I'm like, no, it's not.
It's
But it's
definitely
just
not.
it's not. And then the biggest thing, bro, like
It's a different kind of
my
worse.
my kids don't even. My kids like they used to. My son especially, and another thing that made me change too and start thinking about it a lot more is that I would notice when I would be sitting outside or just anywhere smoking and he was around, like he would look at me like it was intriguing to him, and I was like, I gotta put this shit down. You know what I'm saying? Like it
Yeah.
was just one of those that guilt of him looking at me like his my son. He looks up to me. You know what I'm saying? And
Well,
so
and that's that's a,
that's what
that's a
made me
that's
quit.
a big deal. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
and
sorry to interrupt you again. I don't mean to really interrupt you, but that is a big deal how your kids see you. You know.
yeah. So now, bro, it's like I'm not one of those people that's like when people smoke around me, like, oh, that stink, put that out. I'm not like that type of person. I just don't. I don't because you do when you stop smoking, you do regain your taste and smell. Especially after a long period. Like for me, it's been a year. I just hit a year. Well, actually, I'm 2 days from a year. Of not smoking. And but anyway, it's just um,
I hate
yeah, like
menthols.
some
I hate
smoke,
menthols too.
smoking in enclosed environments, bro. Like when people smoke, like I don't, I'm, I'm so conscious of that shit getting on my clothes. Like I said, I don't have a problem with it. Smoke, do your
Break.
thing, but it's just when I smell people after they smoke, like when they walk in the room after they done been smoking, it's just like, damn, man, that's how I used to smell that shit. Like they fucking stink.
Hmm.
Especially if they smoke and it's hot outside and they come back in, they smell like cigarette and then kind of have a mixture of wet dog. It's like, fuck, they stink.
Well, see, that's the fun thing. I don't smoke at work. If I go outside for a smoke break, I come back in smelling like patchouli. Yeah,
Ow.
Yeah. But nah, man, it's just like I say, I'm not one of those people that's like, that stink. Nah, but it was just to me, it was a lifestyle change, bro. Like I started seeing myself different. Like I got to get rid of this. So I started doing that. Now I've been on that path of eating better. Dropping weight. Got all my stuff in order now. Uh, so it's changed a lot, bro. Blood pressure has went down a whole lot. You know, uh, just been doing little subtle lifestyle changes here and there, you know. So
Yeah.
I wish I could smoke weed. I wish I could fucking eat edibles, bro. Like I don't even need real weed. Like I can just go get me. There's this bar I took my wife to on her birthday. They sell CBD grow, and it's like the Delta 8 and Delta 10, like the grow, and like from the research I've done, that shit is so much more potent than you smoking dro. I would just be like, if I could just get one of them and get me like a good body high going on, like chilling at the crib and do that like every now and again, I'd be straight.
Dude, from what I've found about from the omega 8 so far, it gives you all the side effects, but none of the relaxation. You get the munchies, you get the paranoid, you get all that stuff, but you don't get that which
With
is
the
what
Yeah.
you're really
CBD.
Well,
looking
I
for.
don't see, and the thing now, like since like I have taken a puff from time to time, and I don't like it. I don't like how I feel high anymore.
It's
You know what I'm
because
saying?
it's all chemical. It's all fucked up, and that's what I was gonna say about the vapes earlier. Because I think the vapes were better before, and they're not as good now. If you still have an older
Well, it
stuff and the
depend.
older
It
oil,
depends. It depends on. It depends, bro. Because
You
if you're
got
buying that premium juice, if you're buying the juice from over the counter, you never really know unless you can like scan like a QR code and maybe read a lab results that they test when they test their oil, you know. But then again, that can all be something that's fabricated.
But
Now
see,
the
that's
place
only
that
in
I go to, they make the juice for you in house. It's made to order, and their mixture is just nicotine, and then your flavor comes from the vegetable glycerin. That's your
yep,
flavor, and then the
glycerol, basically sugar
then your
water.
yeah, yeah, sugar, and then your vapor comes from the propylene glycol. It all has propylene glycol,
but we
but
used to
that's
have
that's
all
all
those oils
they
that didn't
use in
have
that
no
shit.
nicotine in them. Now you can't even get none without nicotine because that's what I be wanting.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you
You got
can.
the one.
You
It's
gotta
either
think
Yeah,
of
nicotine
you
you
got
or
can
you
get the
can't
difference.
go
The
you
thing
you
is,
can't.
the
it's either
whole
nicotine or caffeine.
the whole industry is completely unregulated right now. Literally, you can buy juices and this stuff or that and that, but if you want to make it in your backyard, you don't even have to have the same permits that you need to open a restaurant or to make a sandwich for someone.
Yeah,
I
yeah. Cause
mean,
see,
seriously, you don't have to have a degree. You don't have to have any kind of knowledge.
Oh,
All you have
excuse
to
me.
do is say,
bless you.
"Hey, I'm opening it. I have this store. I'm going to buy these chemicals, these chemicals, these chemicals, and
Yeah,
these things." And you literally, if you're smart, buy a 55-gallon drum to start with.
yeah,
If you expect to keep going and you're going to mix your own.
now
yeah. And
is
like,
this for like THC, or is this is like what
No,
y'all talking about, just for regular vape juice?
I'm talking simple vape juice with the propylene glycanol, the flavor, and the base oil.
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
it
Yeah, but
literally
well, I mean,
costs
in that
you
case, I know I'm that's all I'm getting now. Chocolate is the milligrams of nicotine. So I mean, it's widely available. You just gotta tell them that's what you
yeah.
want.
You gotta go
yeah.
to like an actual vape shop, bro. Like a lot of
But
people,
but you probably
there's a
getting the
lot of
caffeine ones.
no, they
Yeah,
don't.
No,
No,
it's,
no, no.
hit,
Actual vape
no,
shops. When you go to
hit
these
hit
smoke
a head
shops,
shop, hit a real head shop, vape bongs, all that fun stuff. They will know what they're doing. Don't go to the little girl that pops her boobies up for you to say, "Hey, look at these." Go to the guy that's sitting back looking on his phone.
like yeah, and then see that's the thing too. Like a
I
lot of
like
people,
boobies.
they go to a lot of people go to like regular like smoke shops where they sell like a variety of everything. They got CBD, they got edibles, they got this. Now where I go to is
Most of
strictly
them
a
are high
vape.
school kids that don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, where I go to is a straight vape shop. Like that's all they deal with is vape. Now they do have some the only CBD uh stuff that they sell is the Delta 8 and the Delta 10. And the reason being is because the people that owns this vape shop, they're EMS, the husband and wife. But well, actually, the husband, he was a firefighter. The wife was an EMS, and they only deal in the Delta strand of the CBD because
That's the
it's
only
the
thing legal in Texas.
and
It does. You don't P test positive for THC on it.
yeah,
You
and
do or you don't?
You do not.
yeah, you do. They say you do not, but yeah, they say you do not on the Delta ones, but they also recommend. They also told me like, man, we can't be for
A
sure because
thousand percent.
CB, yeah, 1,000% sure because CBD is a derivative of THC. So
Depends on the intensity in your
Well,
bloodstream. Which, if you know you got a test coming, take a
the,
couple of niacin pills a couple of days before, and stop, and that shit burns right out of your blood.
yeah, yeah. See, I don't like. I never know when I'm gonna go, like because it's random. With well, for me over here, it's random.
yeah,
Yeah, it,
it's random for me too. Like since I've been like I've only been tested with this company I'm with, like as a random test or whatever. Like out of 10 years, I've only been random since I've been with this company, and it's only happened twice, and that's within the last 4 years. So it's like, I mean, I hardly ever get tested, but like I just don't. I mean, luckily I don't smoke or do any of that stuff anymore. Like I said, I've taken maybe a puff here and there, but I just let it go. And like I said, I don't even know even if I had the opportunity to smoke again, if I really would, because I mean, most of what you see today is GMO. Like it's not real. Like I mean, it's created in a lab, and you don't know. Like that's a bunch of chemicals in most cases that
yeah,
we don't even know what that is. You know.
I'm
yeah.
about to wrap it, y'all. But let me play this clip right here just to give one little last topic because it was the gallon of gas costs more than the federal minimum wage.
This is something that he is inherently.
Gas costs more than people on the federal minimum wage are making in an hour. What does the White House want these people to do? Just stop driving to work?
Look, the president understands what it feels like. Deese just spoke about this. Brian Deese was just here and talked about how he understands what it means for people who are sitting at their kitchen table and see gas prices go up. He understands that feeling personally, or seeing prices of groceries go up in the grocery store. This is something that he is inherently aware of, and he's doing everything that he can. As Brian Deese was just here, his economic advisor, one of his top economic advisor, laying out what he is planning to do or continue to do to make sure that we lower costs at the gas pump.
Gas costs more than people on the federal minimum.
I didn't hear her say anything, man. And I heard her say about food being high, and that like, man, I bought 3 chicken wings the other day, and I was like, God damn, it was only 3 chicken wings.
But look, what American, who even non-Americans, who cares what the hell he understands? I don't care what he understands. If he can't do nothing about it, he might as well just shut the hell up and go in his closet and pick out a new suit for tomorrow. Like I mean, I don't care. Like you can go play dress up and pretend to be president as long as you need to, or as until it's time for you to get the hell out of there. But you're not making any change, any difference. Nobody cares. Like
it's like somebody runs up to you and they're like, "Hey, I'm dying or I'm drowning," and he's like, "I understand."
Yeah, all you got to do is breathe some fresh air. Don't breathe the water anymore. Like
Man, who you telling? Like, bro, today, today before I went to work, I went to get gas. You seen my little truck, little Ford Ranger. I wasn't even on E, bro. I was like a couple of lines before. Let's just say I had a little bit over a quarter. I had more, a little more than a quarter of a tank. You know what I'm saying? I was just below half, a little more than a quarter. It cost me $50, bro. $50, and that was with 8 cents off per gallon. Cause I got that Walmart Plus membership.
Hmm.
Yeah, and I get like anywhere, like depending on where I go. If I go to Sam's
No,
Club, it's a lot more. But if I
Hey,
fuel at a Murphy's gas station, it's like 8 cents off. Bro,
no.
it still cost me $50 for like 11 gallons.
I filled up a 12
Deuce,
gallon tank for $50 not but a few days ago.
Deuce. I know you as a company driver probably don't really look at it as much, but I know you like you just take a glance every now and then. How much when you fill up in your rig, about how much you spending every time you go to the pump?
Man, I can tell you right now. Hold on. Cause I do keep track of it. Because I mean I'm company driver right now, but I do plan on getting back into my own. But I can tell you right, I just filled up a little bit ago when you were asking was I snoring. That was the noise of the engine of the truck. It
Okay.
cost me just for diesel was $452. That was 84 gallons because we got small tanks. We got a 70 and a
Okay.
60. With diesel and def all together was 468. Now that was just on that one. Um, let's see. The other day I got 93 gallons. It cost me $490 with def included. It was 506. You know, and that's because we got small tanks. But you gotta remember, we got small
Well,
tanks, but we fuel this truck at least at this truck gets fueled at least 3 times a day because we can only do about with as heavy as our tanks are. We get caught, and it's been windy everywhere. We can only get about 400 miles,
yeah,
400, 450 out of this truck. You know, maybe 500 on a good day.
yeah. And because I was just gonna say, like, I'm spending close to 500 at the pump. I do get some discounts through the company I'm with, but at the pump, it's showing usually right at 517. It's 487. Like I'm close to 500 pretty much every time, and that's a daily thing for me. I'm
Yeah.
probably getting about 6 miles to the gallon. So I can get 500 or plus miles a day. Off of that off of that that fueling, and I'm only fueling one tank. I'm not fueling both because I have two 200-gallon tanks. I'm only fueling one at this point. You know what I'm saying? But however, it's crazy, bro. Like I mean, I went from spending $1,500 to $1,800 a week to spending $2,800 to $3,200 a week.
Mhm.
So, but y'all help
And
me
that
understand
that
about.
but that sucks. Like so you figure if you spend it now, I'm not counting, but I'm just saying if you spending 3,200 bucks, right? Let's just say you only have a week where you gross. Let's say you gross 10 for that week. 3,200 of that is fuel. Then you got your other, which is probably about another. Well, you don't have a truck no more, so I just say you got another 400 or 500 coming out for insurance, maintenance, and whatever else, bro. And then by the time you get your check and you pay tax, you set aside. I don't know. I always did it at 25% tax because I always paid a little more
I
every
haven't seen
quarter.
I haven't
But
seen a $10,000 week since the beginning of the year, since
yeah.
January.
So let's
Like
just say if you having a mediocre at 6 or 7, bro, you down to damn near company driver money right now if you leasing a truck from somebody.
yeah,
You might as well
You,
go. You might as well get them folks. Well, I'm not saying you because I know your shit paid for, but I'm just saying if you leasing a truck, you might as well get them folks they truck back and go drive a company truck.
well, I mean, at this point, it's really time to fight for more, higher rates because I mean, I can ask for more per load, and every now and then get a few extra dollars here and there. But when everybody else is just kind of like, oh well, I just need to get this load, just so they have something. We're pretty much fighting to pretty much have minimum wages on getting these loads. So I mean, it's kind of tough to be a owner operator in a period like this because the big companies, they can accept less because their expenses are, they're not going to pay the company drivers what they really deserve. Then and you know the
Yeah, and then you got a company like Swift that's got 25,000 trucks on the road. They can take freight at 80 cents to a dollar a mile because the company is like, okay, well, because Swift will go in there and say, hey, look, we'll bid this at 85 cents a mile, but we can also supply you with 30 trucks a day. You can pull
but
30
but
loads out of here a day.
But
You
that
know,
would see, yeah, to me that still sounds ridiculous because I mean honestly, in order for like to really, $3 a mile is a minimum. Like and I've been getting more close to $2 between the $2 and $3 instead of the $3 to $4 lately. So it's like they're making drastic profits. Like they're making the most profits that they've seen ever in life, but they don't want to pay for the product that gets to them to make what they can make. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't want to pay us, more to be able to get that same product. Whatever. It's pretty much screwed the truck drivers.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But
I think if I had to do it right now, I think I would go get me a damn one of them little Courier Sprinter vans or something like that. Something that would be a little less in fuel and maintenance costs overall than a
well,
big truck right now.
Dude, you
I
gotta
got some
understand.
stuff I'm working on.
Look, you guys are talking about all this. You have to understand. $2,500 in my pocket at the end of the month is a good month for me.
Well, hey,
Well, yeah,
No
I mean, but
shit.
that's be, but that's
I'm
because
proud
you
of you.
working.
I don't know where Chaka's at,
I
but
mean, but
Yeah,
you're
that's where
working
I'm
for
at.
yeah, but you're working for some. I mean, not the, and I say this
Well,
respectfully. You're
I'm working
working
for
for
tips.
somebody. But if you,
well,
I'm
if
working for
you,
tips.
yeah, but if you were out here driving a truck away from your
i-
family,
if
not
you
on
own,
only you're providing and you're owning this truck, and you got the overhead expense $2,500 for the month, you're broke, dude. You might as well close up the fucking shop,
yeah,
close
you're
shop
negative.
down
You're
because
negative because I mean, because see,
yeah, that
you're not
truck
looking
costs
at the
twenty
expense.
five hundred bucks for just the truck a month.
If I got to take it into the shop, in most cases, I'm going to spend a minimum. Like I mean, yeah, I have some little times where I take it to the shop and it's $300 or you know 250. But in most cases, if I take it to the shop, I'm looking at over a grand at the least.
Yeah.
Usually, that's the on average. But you just look at just regular wear and tear of the vehicle, which has to be accounted for. Your fuel, of course, tires is a lot of times a high expense. Um, my, me being able to live away from home and still take care of a home, like
Oh, I
so
know. I get it.
$2,500 a week is for me to take home is scratching the surface.
So, but let's layer on top of that. What about food? Have y'all felt the food prices?
Hell
Everybody
yeah.
has.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah. I got a family. I got a family. Well, when I'm away from home, it's a family of four. It's a family of four. But when I'm at home, but like that's why I meal prep, bro. Like I mean, that's why when I come home on my 2 days off, I go to HEB. I usually spend just for myself to bring food out here on the road. It normally costs me between 60 and $100. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes 150, like if I want to bring like fruits and snacks or something like that. But like, I mean, not 150, but like 110, $120. But like I spent about 60, right around 65 to $100 just for meal prepping on the truck, and that provides me where I can eat if I want to. I can eat twice a day. But when I go make groceries at home, bro, to go make groceries, just like right now it's summertime. Okay, so we're not only
Way
buying
more
food
food is
for,
getting
yeah,
way more
yeah,
food is getting eaten up during the summertime.
yeah,
And the
and then
kids are
not
home
only
from
that,
school.
Yeah.
we're not buying food just for the house. You gotta think right now, my son, he's in all-star league right now, so they have practice every day. They have a game every week. Like this weekend coming up this Saturday, they got the first district tournament. So we're not buying food at the concession stand. So we buy extra food. And my wife, she do like grilled sausages and burger sliders. She buys fruit chopper because he can't eat heavy while he's playing the game, and in between games he has to eat stuff like fruit, turkey and cheese, stuff like that, stuff real light. So we're having to buy that, and then you got to think we're at the baseball field from 7 a.m. all the way. We didn't leave the baseball field this past Sunday until 10 o'clock that night. It was like 10:30 once they finished the championship game for the last tournament. So we got to make sure we have enough food and water and drinks to stay hydrated, stay cool for that. And that shit goes on sometimes Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So yeah,
But bro,
it's crazy.
look, let's retract that video we just watched. They said that the average federal minimum wage is less than what a gallon of gas is. Bro,
So you
we
got to work an hour to get a gallon of gas.
1 gallon. And
Yeah.
if you think about how many hours you got to work the week before you can afford to put gas in your car to make it back and forth to work.
Yeah.
So
So I hope you don't live too far from where you work at.
Yeah.
you probably
Man,
want to get your bicycle or something, but
the saving grace for me is that when I go to work, my car is parked.
I
My
don't,
little truck is parked for the 6 days that I'm away from that I'm gone to work. But
bro.
man, somebody that go ahead, bump it ever.
No, you were going. I'm just like it's just I know. All right, since I done jumped in there. I don't think that the middle like people who the middle class that has been making decent money where you don't really have to pay attention to your account all the time, like certain things came in, came out of your account, this, that, and the other, and it don't matter because you got money in there. It hadn't hit people just yet how this is really affecting them. And before you know it, it's gonna be people who normally has it to burn where it's and I know it's a little bit different for me because I'm in that category, except for the fact that I do have to look at my stuff regularly to understand, like every week there's like I'm looking at expenses that you know I'm that's in and out, and the big change, like I see it almost immediately. But there's a lot of people, bro, that's gonna be pissed off. It don't matter.
Come
Take
the
you
end of
going.
the year when they look at their shit and they gonna be like, "Wait a minute, what the
Oh,
fuck?"
I'm feeling it already, bro. Like I'm feeling it right now. That's why I was, man, the way I'm like, look, it's time to cut the cable off, keep the internet. Y'all can stream TV. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, because it's like my check come in, and between paying bills, paying this, buying this for the house, getting this, like my shit be gone. Like literally, I just, like for real, bro. Like it's tough, man. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I say I meal prep, man, because to be out here buying food every day, like I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I spend a lot on food, especially when I'm not prepared.
Well,
And I,
my new. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just saying my new diet is expensive as hell. Like what I need to just be able to live, you know, look at having a future for myself. I gotta eat 60 to 70% fruit.
Yeah. Man, you need to start hitting you up, find you some. I don't know what areas you travel a whole lot, but man, if you can get around like parts of Kentucky, Ohio, certain like the country parts, man, find you a farm kit
Oh
and
yeah.
hit them fruit stands, man. Especially
Oh
like if
yeah.
you get up around like Ohio too, because they got a lot. They got a big Amish community up around Ohio, Pennsylvania, Kentucky. Find one of
Oh,
their little fruit stands.
every chance I get, I'm trying to stop at one of those Amish stores. Like they have organic food, like real organic food, fruits and this, that, and the other. Also, good when you get down to like Georgia and South Carolina on the eastern side, um, you can find a lot of good fruit. You know what I'm saying? Maybe, I don't go to Florida a whole bunch, but I used to enjoy going to Florida because you can, like still find seeded watermelons. You know what I'm saying? Like, but
those Mexican mangoes, I like those little mangoes. They be
oh,
odd shaped and kind of ugly, but they be the best mangoes you want to have.
I
Little, they
just
be little.
I just finished eating one. Man, it's so delicious. But
Man, that's crazy, bro. Like I say, a lot of people gonna feel it, man, and that's like, you know, I don't know. That's crazy, bro. For Doc, what kind of restaurant does do Doc? Doc, what kind of restaurant you work at? You don't work at one of those upscale restaurants where they come in there and they tipping 100, 200. I'm just no. The reason I'm asking is because I have well, we're not neighbors no more, but dude that I know, he used to work at some upscale restaurant downtown area, and this dude was making like, you know, his tips like for the week he was bringing home like 2,500 total for the week in tips, and then he would work. He worked at Discount Tire part time as well too. The Discount Tire right down the street from the apartments. He worked there part time. But like, dude was making some bread. Some upscale restaurant in downtown Houston, man.
They got restaurants all over Houston that's like that. It's like
Yeah,
I
but
was saying, it's
he
you
was
got
making big money,
yeah, you
and he
got
wasn't
waiters.
even no manager.
Yeah, you got waiters that make 150, 250. It's very, very common.
Yeah, I don't know how much he was making, but I know he had to be doing pretty good because uh, he went and bought a house from a family member of his. They had built it brand new on a piece of property, and he bought it. I think it was like a owner finance type deal, but he went and bought a nice house, bro. Real nice house. His
A
cousin
lot of
built
people
it.
don't understand the restaurant industry. Most waiters make more money than the average job. You know what I'm saying? That's why they work
I
them.
know. I know, bro.
or
Like,
sales, because I mean, any service industry, you probably gonna make more money than what you getting, especially even working in a factory.
Yeah, if you're
Uh,
getting any kind of commission, and yeah.
yeah, I used to love it. I ain't gonna lie. When I used to sell cars, I'd be like, "What? Just for sitting there and putting paperwork together for these people to buy something that like I ain't gonna lie, bro. I used to love it, but you know, man, it's crazy, bro. Then
It's
I
up
don't know.
and down. It's up and
I'm
down. Those
really,
kind of industries are always up and
I'm,
down. It's good when it's
I'm
good. It's
really,
bad when it's bad.
yeah, I'm really annoyed with that video still, bro, because the president, what you say, he understands and
Yeah,
like, bro, like I
you drowning.
understand.
I understand you drowning. I understand, and
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I'm gonna pray for you. I'm gonna stand right here and I'm gonna pray for you.
Yeah, look, I'm gonna watch from afar. Let me see how well you get through this. Because if you get through this, you know what? You are magnificent. Because this is intended for you to fail. Like me and my friends, we've been betting on this that most of you fuckers ain't gonna make it.
And that shit is crazy to me, bro. That like how much money people make, like people that do the stock market and shit, like how much money they make off of people failing. Like literally, like you can buy stock in that shit. Like people failing, economies failing, or people are this that. Like people make
That's
millions of
that's
dollars a
one
year
of the
off of
main
that
things
shit,
they
bro.
do. And not only that, they hedge and bet and they make things fail because they use the capital to do it. It's ugly. It's ugly, ugly, ugly. You have to be a shark. You have to be I don't want to be that guy.
Nah, I ain't trying to be that guy, but I damn sure trying to get rich.
Yeah, I
Wealth.
mean, because regardless, I mean, if you have a job, you're in the market. So I mean, it's still trying to be, make a benefit because I mean, either you're helping them get over on other people by making their job, their corporate businesses flourish, or what I'm saying, you can be or you can
Taking
add
advantage
to.
of you. It's
Well,
probably either one or the other.
yeah, because I mean, either you're promoting them taking advantage of people, or one way or the other. I mean, you're contributing to it one way or another. So, I mean, for you to say, like you putting money into the stock market and making some money because you took a chance is, I don't get that. That's the
Okay.
whole thing. People taking a chance.
I'm gonna have to
If you
wrap
don't,
it, y'all.
I get it. I'm going on
I'm
five
out of there.
hours.
Yeah, I'm out of there, man. And I
All
gotta
right.
work tomorrow night, but I get to sleep in the morning, so
Right.
that's what I'm gonna
So
do.
Pat, would you say right now it's not a good time to go out there and talk about you gonna become an owner operator?
Man, you better have some real significant things in line. Like you need to have some direct contracts that is going to, provide the funds that's going to, take care of your operating costs. So,
Yeah.
I wouldn't say like under no circumstance, but yeah, I would definitely just, for the average person getting into it, you probably don't want to take that chance right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel you. I know we gotta wrap it, but man, I just want to say that's crazy, bro. How like back when and that's what I tell people, bro. Every time we have a Democrat in office, the trucking industry takes a hit, a major, major hit, bro. Like shit gets fucked up for people, man. And it's like, just last year when we had Trump in here, dudes, even though COVID was, the first round of COVID back towards the end of 2019, going into 2020, it was a
Hmm.
little rough to start out. It was a little rough, but bruh, when
What
whatever the fuck they did, man, dudes was making bread. I'm
what
talking about when you taking a load that pay you $10,000 gross from Washington State, a load of apples, and bringing that shit to HEB in San Antonio, and that shit paying you 10,000, 11,000 gross. Like,
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just look at it from the conservative liberal approach because I mean, if you being conservative about how you spending money, you can survive, you can actually prosper. But if you're just being liberal, just throwing money here, there, and then just what you figured out later, you're probably gonna screw yourself. And that's what's happening with our country. It's just, it's on an emotional roller coaster because there's no real plan, you know, of growth. Because there's a plan, but it's just not a plan of growth.
mhm. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. But yeah, man, I know we gotta wrap it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. I'm barely holding on.
Well,
I'll
I'll
be
see
going
y'all
to
guys
sleep here in
tomorrow then.
about an hour. Yep. We'll catch up tomorrow.
Yep,
Or
I'll be
tonight,
here.
rather.
Yep, I'll be here.
All right, man.
All right, bro.
Peace.
Peace and love.
Peace and love. Y'all have a good one. Get y'all some
All right,
rest.
all right, bro.